to find ways to get people help. And the rest, I don't.
Good morning, chiefs, delegates. We will be calling the meeting to order very shortly. Good morning, chiefs, delegates. I'd like to call the meeting to order. At this time, I would like to call upon Elder Baptiste to say the opening prayer.
A little bit of background noise. Good morning. I wish everybody had a good evening last night and visiting one another and discussing the matters that we went through in the first day. So we're meeting again today to continue our journey to look at the justice system. Kind of noisy in here, right? I wonder.
Please, the elders trying to start a meeting with a prayer. And we have all the noise background, we can all hear it up here, so maybe if you got something to say to somebody, say it quietly and respect what the elders, prayer from the elder this morning.
Yeah, it takes a little while to get settled, doesn't it? So we're here again to discuss matters that are near and dear to us, and that is the safety of our families and children going through this life and trying to keep them in a good space and a good time. And so as we start again, always in the same way, we're saying, because of the nature of us as a people, we always say, watch we don't lose the way we were taught. We will keep that well. The Creator gave us that. And so we link our minds and our hearts together to see what future that we can build for the people that we're serving. And in so doing, we ask the Creator to come within us so that we can make the good advice and good voices, strong voices, be kind and generous to one another so that good things might happen from the things that we discuss. We ask the Creator to look after those that might be less fortunate than we are, some of those that are sick and shut in. We ask the Creator to look after those folks and give them some peace and kindness in their time of need. We also ask the Creator to look after those that might have lost a loved one. It's always such a difficult time for our folks to do that, to go through that. And so we ask the Creator to give some peace and kindness to those folks. And for us, as we sit around and discuss the matters that are before us, we ask the Creator to look over our right shoulder and give us the guidance that's required for us to make those good decisions. We ask the Creator to give us the kindness, the generosity, the courage, and the wisdom to be able to make those hard decisions that we have to make when we look forward to the lives of our people, to give them some hope. And so we might start our meeting now. And again, it's just simply putting our minds together as one and making those decisions that are near and dear to us. So I thank you all. We can start the meeting. How? That's no, just keeping it simple.
Thank you very much, Elder Baptiste, for your opening prayer. I would like to welcome each one of you to the NAN Legal Services Corporation annual meeting. Just a few notes. that each one of you are requested to register and also to get tickets for a draw. There's going to be 3 draws at noon and 3 draws at the end of the day. And they don't tell me what the prize is going to be, but it's something very good, okay? Anyway, I'd like to call upon, I would like to review the agenda with you. That's in your binder. We will be asking the board chair, Jim Beardy, to provide a welcoming address on behalf of the NAN Legal Services Corporation. And if you just look at the agenda before you, it has a number of tabs. You have your agenda, and will require a motion to have the agenda approved, and then you have the summary report of the non-legal services that's attached in tab 1B, because the whole report is this, okay? But they have they provided a summary for that. Between 10 and 11, we're going to have the annual report presentation, and it will be presented by the board chair, Jim Beardy, and in that also the annual financial reports will be provided. At 11 o'clock, 11:50, we'll have a health break, and then we'll go into the non-legal services and OPP bylaw pre-change initiative. And OPP Detachment Commander Carl Dewey will be here. Vernon Morse, Alternative for Community Justice Programs Manager, will be providing the lead discussion on it. And we'll have a lunch break between 12 and 1 p.m. 1 p.m. at a presentation by NAN Legal Services Corporation regarding Starlink. And Tia Buffalo will be providing that. At 1:45 to 2:30, presentation by the Ministry of the Attorney General regarding the Starlink program. Marianne Jacko will be providing that presentation. At 2:30, 15-minute break. 2:45, 2:30, our life stories are being heard, a special project. This is questionable at this particular time if we're going to have that presentation. 3:30 to 4:30 adjournment, and that will conclude the Anishinaabe-Usky Legal Services Corporation Annual General Meeting. So with that, is there any additional agenda items that the chiefs would like to add to this? I see none, so therefore I need a mover to accept the agenda as presented. Chief Baptiste moves it. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Chief Wesley. Thank you very much. All in favor, signify. All those opposed, abstentions, I see none. Thank you very much. And with that, I'm going to call upon the board chair, Jim Beardy, to provide the welcoming address.
Good morning. I'd like to welcome each and every one of you here watching. Good morning, chiefs, delegates. Welcome to our 2024 Annual General Assembly. I will not be taking too much of your time. I'll do only the highlights of the corporation. This organization is doing very well, and I anticipate it will continue in that manner on service delivery and program development. The audit and program reports further will support this view. Legal Aid Ontario is one of our main funding agencies, and the current funding agreement we have with Legal Aid Ontario will expire on March 31st, 2025. It was signed as a 3-year agreement back in 2022. The framework for a new agreement is already in planning stages. LAO will address prominent issues that non-legal encountered within the past 3-year period. Our introductory meeting with LAO on September 25, 2024 in Toronto was reasonably productive. LAO was quite open and receptive to our concerns and issues that we anticipate to resolve in our upcoming renewed service agreement. For your information, LAO created a special division under Aboriginal Justice Strategy for the sole purpose of responding to Aboriginal justice issues and build services that address the specific legal needs of Indigenous client communities. And I believe a representative from this division is present with us today. I believe it is a great opportunity for NAN Legal Service to advance its mandate and vision in creating a parallel justice system with the Euro-Canadian justice system that is culturally based and community focused. NAN-Legal is prepared to take advantage of this rare opportunity. Our other key funder is the Ministry Attorney General. It has been very supportive and understanding of our needs in our service area. I am happy to see that Marion Jacko, Assistant Deputy Attorney General of Indigenous Justice Division, is attending our AGM this year. And I believe after attending the meeting, she will boast her financial support for non-legal. For further information on non-legal services, please read the manual, the annual report, and program handouts. You can also talk to the staff for specific inquiries and concerns. In closing, I say thank you to all NAN First Nation leaders for your patience and support. It is my anticipation that we will continue to work together to address community justice issues. Your partnership is much appreciated and means a lot to our staff and our board of directors. Finally, I wish to congratulate the staff for their unwavering determination to keep this organization moving forward. They have developed a unique system, work together to create a strong, united front. And I had shared this information with LAO at our meeting, that our staff are not here merely for employment or only for their well-being, but to serve and assist people to access appropriate justice as required in our communities. Again, chiefs, proxies, and other delegates, thank you for attending our 2024 AGM. Thank you. Have a great day.
Okay, good morning. We're at this time we're gonna Jim's gonna do the presentation on the annual report. So listen very carefully, and then there's a motion that has to be passed accepting the report, and we'll deal with issues as they arise. Okay, Jim?
I'll listen to the annual report. We have the acting executive director, Chantel Johnson, will present the report. And also from our legal aid, we'll have Doreen Stone who will do the presentation in that part. And also for our finance, Joshua will be doing the report, as well as human resources, Colette Schwitz will do the report. And just to introduce the annual report, my report is found on the third page of the annual report. If you want to look at it, I'll just read it through for your information. And greetings to all. Non-legal provides essential legal and aid service to the people of the Nishnawbe Nation within the province of Ontario. And it's our privilege to present our 23-24 annual report. and audit financial statement. The annual report highlights our services and programs for the past year and details the program made on our commitment to deliver innovative cultural services and programs for First Nation communities. First Nation people who face challenging circumstances rely on our services and programs for support with the legal matters, and many of our clients are vulnerable and in a disadvantaged situation. The majority of the individuals are accused of criminal offense involving violence on various kinds. Demand for non-legal services has surpassed pre-pandemic levels, highlighting the need and demand for virtual and in-person services. As a result, our capacity to meet service demands is inadequate, largely due to lack of financial support from our funding services. However, we continue to seek alternate options to meet the high demand for legal support and services. I wish to thank the Legal Board of Directors for their continuous commitment, including the elders, to provide support and advice to executive leadership, senior management, and all their staff of the corporation. I also want to recognize and thank all First Nation leaders for the support and strong working relationship with Nabaski Legal Service Corporation. It is my hope and desire to continue working towards a better future of the people of the Nabaski Nation. That's the introduction of the annual report. If I can call up the acting Executive Director, Chantal Johnson, to come up for the report.
Good morning, everybody. My name, Bonjour, Wache. Welcome to our 2023-2024 annual general meeting. Please join me in acknowledging and celebrating the many successes and challenges and another year of service delivery to our NAN First Nation communities. A lot of our challenges and our highlights are outlined in detail in our annual reports. All through this area here. I'm just going to try to touch on some highlights and everything else that we have done. So I just wanted to introduce myself. I'm Chantal Johnson. For the past 18 years, I've worked with Anishinaabe Legal Services. I am the Director of Justice Services, but for the past 6 months, I have been the acting Executive Director since Irene Linklater's departure. We at NALSC would like to take this time to thank Irene for all her years of dedicated service. We would also like to thank Irene for her guidance and reminding us of the original mandate and vision of the organization developed by its original members and the elders. Before Irene's departure, she, along with the guidance of our board of directors, developed a new organizational model that essentially revolutionized the way that we do things at Anishinaabe Legal Services. With this new model, we currently have 4 directors that have been with the organization for over 30 years, have been that are experts within their field. And they work in tandem with our directors of each department. And each one of the directors each one of the managers bring within them a wealth of knowledge, leadership, and guidance that they use to work every day with our frontline workers within their department. And each one of these workers are the ones that are within your community, that are on the ground, that work day to day with the people in your community. We also, as well, have our administrative department that have also worked tirelessly and that are a huge part of our success at NAN Legal Services. And I would like to take this time as well just to thank them for, and everybody for all the work that they have done to put this AGM together. I am very thankful to have everybody here and just to hope that we are able to provide more services in your communities and to be able to support the current programming within your communities. So today, with a lot of our programming, we would like to be able to hear from you guys in your community, the chiefs and leadership, what has been working. What programs do you currently have within your community that we can assist with, work with, maybe even help cost share? We want to learn what's working in your communities and ways that we can maybe further on the programs that you currently have. Today, we have brought in quite a few of our different funders and some of the programs that we would like to talk about to see how they can work within your communities to maybe help progress a lot of the community initiatives that you have. We would like to just make sure that, you know, we are working closer with you and we really hope that we're able to just further your initiatives. If it is possible, we actually have brought each one of our, like somebody from a department for every one of the departments that we have. Every one of the programs that do service within your communities, and I would like to invite you guys outside to maybe speak with them throughout the day for them to see how maybe they can work closer with your communities and see maybe how they can help out. If you have any further questions or anything else, please bring them forward. We'll do our best to answer. And then just to keep in mind that we're service delivery, we're client services. So anything that we can do to help out and further your initiatives, please let us know. Much. Thank you.
The annual report is been circulated, and if you have any questions this time for the presenter, maybe we can entertain them now? Because we're gonna look for a motion to adopt that report. Okay, the financial report will be done by who? Yeah. So if somebody come from
Hi there, everyone.
HRD.
Yes. My name is Joshua Swearingen. I am the Director of Finance at Anishinaabe Legal Services Corporation. I joined the organization in September of 2023. Right now, we are going to review our audited financial statements for the year. They are at the back of the annual report. So I would just ask that you take a moment, please review those. If you have any questions about those, please write them down and save them, as we have our independent third-party auditor, MNP, coming in to discuss these financial statements with you. I'll give you a few moments and I will go grab the auditor, and once they're here, they can explain the statements to you a little further. Thank you.
Good morning. While we're waiting for the auditors to present a report, I just want to introduce the board of directors, if they're present at this meeting. My name is Jim Beardy. I'm live in Sulakaut, and I represent the Independent First Nations Alliance as a board member and then the chair of this board. If I can introduce Frank McKay, I think he just walked out. Our Secretary Treasurer Jason Patisse from Waban Tribal Council, if he's here. Can you raise your hand? He's not present. There's Frank. Just walked in. I'm sure everybody knows him. The other director for Chibougamau Tribal Council is Simon Wannabe Tonga. I see he's sitting over there, raising his hand. That's Simon. Director Tom Wasikisik, an affiliated member of Muskego First Nation. He's there. And Director Corey Mikas is not with us anymore. And also Amos Wesley Muskego Council. He's over there. And Director Lisa Eacham from Matawa Tribal Council. Is she here? Okay, she's back there. And our ex officio from NAN is Deputy Grand Chief Anna Betty Ashley Minscum. Is she here? She's there. And the Anishinaabe Nation Youth Council, Andrea, yes, no, Linklater, if she's here. She's there. And what's the name, Ramon? Ramon's not here? No, okay. Our elder from the east, the wise man, Barney Patisse, I'm sure she was here this morning. And also elder from the west. I don't think he's with us here anymore. And the elder from the central region is Sarah Wabus. I don't think she's here. She was sick. So that's our board of directors.
Yeah. Okay, they're looking for the auditors. As soon as we'll continue with Joshua's part of the presentation to give the background, and then the auditors will be asked to, and you have been asked to have a quick review of the annual report. And the purpose of that, in any corporation, you have to approve an annual report of the the function of the corporation that you're dealing with. So one of the us NAN Legal Services, one of the corporation has to have an annual report approved, and also the financial statement. This is a requirement of the funding agency. I was going to tell a joke, but I was told yesterday, cut the jokes, man. Just do the business, and I'm here adhering to that.
Okay.
Okay, you got the auditor right behind you?
Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry for the delay. With me, I have Shelley Gaudreau from MNP. She is the partner that looks after our organization and audited financial statements. So now she's just going to take you over a high-level overview of our statements. Thank you.
Good morning. I apologize for the delay. You guys were ahead of schedule this morning, which I didn't expect. I believe you each have your package with the financial statements, as Josh mentioned. So I will bring you high-level overview of the statements. And at the end, if anybody has any questions, happy to answer those, or if they're operational, Josh will be able to answer them. So first, just talking about the audit report, or our report to NAN Legal Services, the members and the communities. We are able to say that in our audit, we did not find anything that we felt to be materially misleading. So the audit report has the opinion that reads that there were no material misstatements within the financial statements. And it's what we call a clean audit opinion. The audit report also talks about the fact that the financial statements and financial information are the responsibility of management, and that the board is responsible for oversight of that process, and that we as auditors don't look at 100% of everything within the statements. We do a sample testing. We look where we think the risks are. We look at the operational controls within the organization and would recommend if we felt there were any weaknesses. I look at the overall presentation of the financial statements and the notes therein. Okay. So getting kind of into the numbers here. The first statement is the statement of financial position. So this is the assets and the liabilities of the organization at March 31st, 2024. And NAN Legal had just over $4.2 million in current assets, with most of that being in cash, so almost 3.5 million in cash, and then just over $500,000 receivable from your funders and HST that you're able to get back. Onto the current assets, we add what we call your tangible capital assets. So that's your items that have a longer life and include things like furniture, equipment, leaseholds, and the book value of that was 648 at year end. There were about $440,000 of additions in the year in relation to new furniture and equipment and leaseholds at the new location. On the liability side, so the amounts owing, there's just over $3 million of liabilities. Approximately half of that, or 1.5 million, is owing to your vendors, your suppliers, and then also to your employees for accrued wages and the benefits that have to get paid to CRA. And then the other half, another 1.5 million, is really just revenue that you've received in this current fiscal year that will be spent in the upcoming fiscal years because of programs extended past year end. And that mainly is regarding your safe community programs and your flying court programs. So when we take the $3 million of liabilities away from your assets, the organization is left with a net surplus of 1.9 million. Okay. Flipping on to the next page, we start looking at your revenue for the organization. So this is the revenue that came in through the year. And you can see from the list, there is a fair number of funding agencies that you receive dollars from. And your total revenue for the year was up to 16.2 million, up from 14.6. So the main increase there is related to additional revenue received regarding the building safe communities and the flying court programming. Moving on to the expenditure side of things. So total expenses of 15.9 million. And being a service organization, most of your dollars are spent on your employees. So about 52% of your total costs is on salaries and benefits. Other larger costs are around programming cost, travel, and then this year there was investment in capital, again, all the Starlink into the communities and things like that. Costs didn't fluctuate much year to year other than the new programming. So when we take costs away from revenue, you are left with a surplus of 214,000. We then adjust for the capital items purchased of 157. So your excess of revenue or your surplus for the year was $371,857. Okay. That gets added to your opening surplus of 1.5, and you're left with an ending surplus of 1.9 million. And you'll see that most of that is in your unrestricted and invested in capital asset funds. So those are dollars that the organization is able to keep. That is your own internal surpluses that don't have to go back to the government. So that surplus can be carried forward for operations in the future. The rest of the statements are just notes and extra support for the numbers in the statements. So I will end there. But if anybody has any questions, I would be happy to answer.
Good morning, Chief Wesley Catholic. I got a bit of a dumb question. How come your statement of financial position, the balance sheet, doesn't match your statement of operations?
So this statement of financial, sorry, I'm not following your question.
You know, your statement of operations says you have revenues and liabilities in the order of 14.5 million, but yet your balance sheet says 6 million or something.
So the only number, so with your statement of operations, you have the revenue and expenses to come down to a current year net surplus. That's added to your opening net surplus to get to 371, 1.9 million is your total surplus. That's the only number that carries forward onto the balance sheet.
Okay.
So your balance sheet, and that is also a reflection of your assets minus your liabilities equals your surplus. So if those items balance out, then your statements are in balance.
Okay.
Does that help?
Yeah, that's acceptable. It's just that I'm kind of old school. I used to do it a different way, where everything goes on the balance sheet, and that's the only
Oh,
sheet that I've ever looked at as a.
So this is, yeah, so, and you know what, I understand where your confusion is coming from now, because with public service or first or indigenous communities and municipalities and things like that, you follow a different set of accounting standards. They're called public service accounting standards. And your balance sheet is set up very differently. And this is not for profit accounting standards. So the balance sheet looks different than what you would probably be used to looking at if you were looking at Cat Lake financial statements, for example. They're different accounting standards and the presentation is different. Is there any other questions?
Right. Good morning, Kevin Tanji from Brunswick Coast. Just in regards to the surplus, I don't maybe I just don't understand it enough, but as a nonprofit, are you able to invest those dollars?
You can invest. There are more restrictions about investments than if you were, say, a private company. They obviously have to be safe and done in a way that protects the surplus for future use for the agency. It's not at risk of being lost. So very safe investments if you're investing. And again, it's really about how much time you have to invest, like when you plan on using those dollars. But yes, they can be invested. That was a good question. Any other questions?
Any other questions?
Hearing none, I will thank you. Thank you for again allowing me to come to present, and sorry for the delay in rushing up here. Thank you.
Need a motion to the acceptance of the agenda. Oh, I got that already. Sorry. Need a motion to accept the non-legal Snabasky Legal Services annual report on the audit. So there's on, it says therefore.
Excuse me, Ben. The resolution is under tab 2, membership resolution. Okay, it's under your tab there. Under tab 2, number 2, member resolution. Go ahead.
Everybody have it? Okay. The resolution reads that whereas bylaw number 1 of the Snabasky Legal Services Corporation, as known as non-legal, as known as non-legal requirements, the corporation to report its to its members and the chiefs of the Snabasky on an annual basis. Whereas NAN has presented, non-legal services has presented the annual report and has arranged for the presentation of the audit for the fiscal year. Board of Directors recommend the approval of the financial statements, and whereas the Board of Directors recommended to the auditors of the corporation to be appointed for 2024, 2025 fiscal year. To audit its financial records and statements. Therefore, be it resolved that Chiefs in Assembly do hereby accept and approve the Snabasky Legal Services Corporation Annual Report and audited financial statement as presented to the 23-24 fiscal year. Finally be it resolved that the MNP LLP is hereby appointed as the auditor of non-legal service corporation for the fiscal year 2024 and to audit the financial statements and to audit the financial record statements of Nishnawbe Services Corporation. Here's a motion for, can I have a mover before we can get into discussion? Chief Wesley? Rick Wesley? I'm seconder. Need a seconder to have a discussion one way or the other. Okay, thank you, Chief,
Donnie Morris.
Hmm?
Chief Donnie Morris.
Mike Morris? No.
Donnie Morris.
Oh, Donnie, Donnie Morris. Sorry, Don. Okay, so I have a mover and seconder now. So I'll open it up for discussion. Any discussion? One last time, any discussion? There's no discussion, can I have a show of, oh, sorry. Okay, go ahead, sorry, I can't see your light. Okay, Chief,
I must have missed it. Are you looking for a seconder?
yeah, well, I got a seconder. Sorry, oh, I got a seconder.
Okay.
Okay, so what I was opening for discussion, the resolution opening it up for discussion.
Can I just get clarification? There seems to be a misunderstanding. Chief Russell, he selected you to, as a mover. I presume.
No.
No, he got
Move
over
over
here.
there.
Oh, okay, all right. Go ahead.
Seconder Donnie. So for clarification, the motion is moved by members' motion, resolution is moved by Chief Rick Wesley. And it's seconded by Donnie Morris of the Chicago. Oh, Rick Wesley, not just like that. Okay. So the resolution is moved and duly moved and seconded. Now, do we have any discussion? Do we have any discussion? One last time, do we have any discussion? If there isn't any, then I would like by the show of hands to accept the resolution. Okay, thank you. Motion's carried because everybody adopted the resolution. So next on the agenda.
Thank you very much, Ben. And it is now, although we just sat down, I think it's a good time to go for a break. We'll have a 15-minute break and then we'll go to the next agenda item where we have the Nishnawbe Legal Services Corporation bylaw and pre-charge initiative by the OPP. Okay, a 15-minute break. We'll come back here at 20 after. Thanks.
It's fast.
I was just gonna say, if everybody has some time, just because we are running a little bit early, could you, like, if, we really welcome everybody to come out and just speak with each one of the individuals that are outside, that are running the booths. They have a lot of great information for you, for your communities. And yes, please, we welcome you to come on over, come speak to any one of them, and we can see how we can work together. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, just make sure it's on the breakdown.
We print signs so people can see your brand up close.
It's Yep, and then Vernon will be up around. Yeah, perfect. Together.
With Monday.com, every
How are you?
Yeah. Thank God, make sure they find me. Thank you. That's easy. Easy to there.
Good morning. I'd like to call the meeting back to order. If I can have the staff to inform the chiefs and delegates, we are now back in session. I'd like to call upon Russell Sardino. He is the OPP Detachment Commander, to join me up here, and also Vernon Morris. They will be the presenters on the next important topic that's going to be presented. Okay, Vernon, good to see you.
Thank you.
You speak. Like to call the meeting back to order. The next item is on the Nishnawbe Legal Services Corporation and OPP bylaw pre-charge initiative. Many of you would not have heard about this, and the background is for the past 2 years approximately, NAN Legal Services Corporation with the Ontario Provincial Police have been working together on a pilot project in the community of Wiagamaw to promote the use of community bylaws and divert those charges through restorative justice. The pilot project has been successful in many ways, and it is the hope of NAN Legal and OPP that we can expand this initiative into other communities. And with that, I have Russell Sardini, OPP Detachment Commander, and Vernon Morris to look at the alternative community justice program. Vernon is heading that up, manager. Okay, with that, who is going to make the first presentation? Vernon?
I'll start it off. Good morning. My name is Vernon Morris, and I'm currently working with the group at NAN Legal Services. We work for the 49 First Nations of Nishnawbe Nation, providing different justice support services programs. In particular, for this presentation, we're going to be talking about the ban bylaw initiative
And my colleague from the Ontario Provincial Police, Russell Sodino, will be present as well to do a presentation on the ban bylaw initiative, how they have been working with the NAN Legal Services Corporation and a certain First Nations community in northwestern Ontario, being that Wiagamaw Lake First Nation. I also would like to introduce one of my co-workers, Evangeline Mikas, over to my right over here. Yes, she is working with me on this project. A little bit of information, a little bit of history on the project itself. The Ban Bylaw Initiative has been within the NAN Legal Services Corporation for a number of years now. It has been moving quite slow over the past number of years because of the fact that there is because of the fact that there has been, I believe, the lack of resourcing at the First Nations level. In my community visits throughout northwestern Ontario, providing education, training, and communication on the Ban Bylaw Initiative, I have observed and I have found out that we do not actually have the resourcing available to be able to implement what we have gathered within our administration offices, our ban bylaws. It's been difficult for First Nations communities to begin the process of implementing and enforcing their ban bylaws because of lack of resourcing being one reason. And that is one of the challenges. One of the challenges that we had considered at the NAN Legal Services Corporation. It has been sitting on a table for a number of years now, so we finally decided to approach the issue in the same manner as we would with the regular court program. We have approached the local law enforcement agencies. In this case, it would be the Ontario Provincial Police. And we have spoken with chiefs and councils throughout Northwestern Ontario NAN, and we have proposed that we proceed with a diversion initiative. And this diversion initiative comes at no cost to the First Nation. As a matter of fact, we have said we will go ahead and support the community First Nation to address the intoxicant issues that are of much concern within our communities. We have also been directed that and informed that the legal basis for addressing the issue of intoxicants is documented under Section 85.1 of the Indian Act. And with that information, the Ontario Provincial Police Detachment in Wiagamaw Lake and also throughout Northwestern Ontario have an understanding that we can work with them to proceed with the enforcement of the intoxicant bylaws at the community level, utilizing the diversion program method. One issue that has come on the table since we have been doing it is the issue of prosecution. We are still muddling over that issue, and we have yet to consult chiefs and councils on how they wish to address that issue. And we're hoping that the inherent right comes into play here, where community chiefs and councils have that cultural authority to be able to address the issue of prosecution. I know from my own past experience as a chief in my own community, I have had to in the past make decisions self-governing decisions at the community level to address community concerns and social matters. It may not, the decisions that we had made at that level may not be in actual parallel or may not be in actual um, actually documented within the current justice system. But with a common sense approach and a community understanding and community support, we have addressed these matters successfully in our own way, in our own cultural way, and utilizing our own authority. So all of this comes into play at some point in time. I'm going to further elaborate on these issues after my colleague Russell Cedino, OPP officer from the Sulaco detachment, does his presentation. I will build on his comments thereafter. So with that, for now, I would like to introduce Russell to the podium.
Thanks, Vernon. Like Vernon said, my name is Russ Cedino. I'm the acting operations manager of the Sulaco detachment. I'm standing here on behalf of Inspector Carl Duell, who I believe many of you know. Unfortunately, he was supposed to be here today, but a last minute unfortunate family emergency came up, and he's asked me to come here and stand in his place. So I'm just going to give you a bit of a background as to how we ended up here with the OPP agreement between the Sulaco OPP or the OPP and NAN Legal Services in relation to the restorative justice program. So Inspector Duell became involved, or sorry, I'll give a big quick background on Sulaco detachment for those that don't know. So Sulaco is a hub detachment, meaning it is a home location to 4 other satellite detachments. Those satellite detachments are Pickle Lake, North Caribou Lake, KI, and Wapakika. So they're all policed out of Sulaco being the hub. So back in 2022, Inspector Duell became involved in a working group with the Solicitor General, Justice Canada, with the main focus on how to enforce and prosecute First Nation laws. So when these discussions began, a lot of it was focused on how the OPP was refusing to enforce ban bylaws. While that was technically true, it wasn't because we didn't want to help any of your communities. It was simply we just didn't know how to do it. In the past, there had been some precedents set with the police involved in the enforcement of ban bylaws that resulted in officers actually getting in trouble. So we just really didn't know how to do it. So Inspector Duell sought out to gain a better understanding of the Indian Act and how charges could be laid. And from there, what we decided to do was in 2022, we actually laid charges against 2 individuals in North Caribou Lake in relation to possession of intoxicants, and the other individual was for being intoxicated on a reserve. We prepared ground briefs like we do in all criminal prosecutions, and we submit them to the Public Prosecution Service of Canada and the other to the Ministry of the Attorney General, and said, here you go. And they both respectfully declined to prosecute those matters, and they were ultimately dismissed in the summer of 2022. So going back to what Vernon was saying earlier, there are methods where you could charge people for violating the ban bylaw, but there's no mechanism to prosecute them because nobody will do it. So that working group is still ongoing. And that is what led to the meeting with Sulaco OPP and NAN Legal Services on how are we going to move forward? How are we going to hold community members accountable, in particular when it comes to the intoxicants, for sure. And that's where the restorative justice program came up. So when we deal with individuals who are intoxicated or are found to be in possession of alcohol or small amounts of personal use drugs, instead of charging them criminally, Well, the intoxicant one, you couldn't really do that anyway. We use the restorative justice program. So there's a form that gets filled out. What's the allegation, date, time, and it's all about accountability on the community member. The community member has to accept accountability, work with NAN support services in community to essentially better themselves and help with whatever issues that they're dealing with, whether it's, you know, some mental health, addictions, all those sorts of things. So where that's brought us here now today is, so out of Sioux Lookout specifically, again, like I said, we are the hub for North Caribou Lake, Wapakika and KI. So last summer, 2023, Inspector Dool with NAN Legal Services meets with North Caribou Lake Chief and Council. They present this restorative justice program. North Caribou Lake is in agreement, and they want it to move forward. And then we move forward effective September 1st of 2023. Again, meaning now when we deal with these intoxicants and such in North Caribou Lake, instead of nothing at all getting done, they get diverted through the NAN restorative justice program. So we saw some success there over the course of the year. I think we had about 51 referrals, give or take. In that year, we saw some successes there. So with that came now Wapakika and KI. So we asked for a meeting in early summer of 2024, where we met with chief and councils there, discussed the program with NAN Legal Services again, talked about North Caribou Lake and the successes that we're having there, and that we desired to implement that program in their communities as well. They were in agreement, and then we began moving forward again in August. So currently, specifically when it comes to ban bylaws, the way the Sioux Lookout OPP works with these remote satellite detachments is we get a lot of deployed members from across the province. So there is a bit of work on our part where we need to educate these members when they're coming in about how we're dealing with ban bylaw issues in the communities. In specifically the fact that they need to be aware that when the band is conducting these searches at whether they're checkpoints, vehicle searches, people searches, coming into their community, leaving their community, or even a home search, that the band is lawfully placed at that time to do those searches. And that our role in those scenarios is strictly to keep the peace. We are lawfully positioned to be present, again, just to keep the peace and allow the band to exercise their rights to enforce their own band bylaws. Then when it comes down to should the band find any contraband, whether it be illicit drugs or alcohol, the police then need to step in and do what they need to do depending on the scenario, whether or not they need a warrant or all those types of things. So just a quick example of one success story. So there was a young gentleman who was found to be in possession of a small amount of narcotics coming into North Caribou Lake. This young gentleman was recently employed at a large mining corporation. And certainly if he had been charged, he most likely would have lost his job. Again, the accountability portion, the young person was willing to accept accountability for the small amount of drugs that they had. So instead of charging that person under the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, we use the restorative justice program, divert them. And then obviously that person didn't lose their job, and they've moved forward from that. So the restorative justice is not just for ban bylaw things. We will divert certain criminal offenses, not all, for obvious reasons, but some depending on the circumstance. Again, that's just so that whole accountability piece can be had with the community member to help them with whatever they're dealing with. So So the success from the police's standpoint, so how the referral works, like I said earlier, you fill out the form, it goes to NAN. And again, not when it comes to the bylaw specifically, because really there's no mechanism to prosecute, but say it was that drug scenario and the person refuses to participate, NAN would then refer that back to the police and that person could still be charged criminally, if that makes sense. So the success from the police standpoint on how this is working so far, like I said, we're around 51 diversions. Not one has come back to the OPP for us to seek charges on these individuals. So we believe in the program. That picture that was up when I started, that was our regional commander, a regional superintendent who was at a signing with NAN Legal Services to, yeah, there it is, on how the restorative justice program is going to be fanned out further throughout Northwest region. So I think that's all I got, pending questions after, but thank you. You good?
Thank you, Russell. Initially, we started off these discussions with your supervisor, Carl. And Carl is unable to make it to this meeting at this point in time. One of the items that I wanted to make mention of here is our working relationship with the Ontario Provincial Police. We have formalized a work protocol, a working relationship with them on how NAN Legal Services programs. We have many a good menu of different support programs that we have available to the communities of Nishnawbe Nation. And our protocol outlines how we are going to work with the Ontario Provincial Police on each of these programs to give support to your communities. We are in the process of, as a work in progress, we are working with Nishnawbe Police Services as well in Northwestern Ontario. And they will be coming on board, as I understand, to begin implementation of the work protocol that we have established, exactly the same protocol as we're working with now with the Ontario Provincial Police. We are also working with NAN East communities, some of the NAN East communities, on signing the same protocol, which will then bring them on board to for us to collectively work with the communities from those areas as well. So things are looking good at this point in time. And one of the other considerations that we've given our initiative is that we are working to build capacity at Nishnawbe Legal Services, meaning that we are hoping that our proposals will come to fruition to add more people to the teams, to the program teams that we are currently working with, and build up our strength and add more staff to be able to work within the NAN communities. So that is one initiative, the Ban Bylaw Initiative, a very important program. And it is there for you. We're willing to work with each and every First Nations. We can come to your community at your invitation. Please give us a call and we'll come and visit you. Maybe we can perhaps work out the program and see how that can be tailored to meet your community's needs to address the issue of intoxicants and drugs, and also the restorative justice program itself is a very flexible program. It can give support to any other, social ills within the community that the community identifies and that the communities require support with. There's a couple of other items that one other item that our director had wanted me to make mention of. And that is the issue of reintegration. Reintegration itself, as we know, means that bringing something back to the fold. And yesterday there was a bit of a conversation on being had on the fact that offenders, once they've gone through the system, once they've been held accountable for their mistake or for their crime or whatever, and going back into the community has brought about certain matters of concern. A person who has made mistakes and have been subject to being charged and having gone through the legal system, and upon release of that individual, the communities sometimes do not have full confidence in that person's return to the community. Uh, a high, maybe an expectation of reoffending. And maybe some community members feel uncomfortable with with certain individuals that go back to the community. We had a conversation about that, and one of the items that we spoke about is that restorative justice being a voluntary program, people have to volunteer to participate in this program. And to date, we have not had anybody say, I will not participate in the program. Everybody that we have approached to date so far in the work that I've done in the field has agreed to be part of the program, and we have worked to make it work. So on the topic of reintegration, coming back into the community, there was the suggestion that perhaps chiefs and councils can actually approach the Crown Attorney's office and other legal representatives on the issue of release of certain individuals back into the community, certain probation conditions, certain conditions of release could include perhaps a reintegration support service that can be facilitated by the Nishnawbe Legal Services Corporation through its programming, mainly the Restorative Justice Program, where an offender goes back to the community and as a condition of release has to participate in perhaps counseling with elders, mental health counseling, maybe the Restorative Justice Program for reintegration, just to give additional support so that the community is aware that individuals are continuing to receive support in order to enhance their return back into the community. So that is one suggestion, that is one idea that came about. There again, something for the communities of the Nishnawbe Nation to consider and perhaps even put into effect at some point in time. Non-legal services is here as well to facilitate with that process. If that should be taken in or engaged by any community within the Nishnawbe Nation. So that is the other item that I was asked to perhaps present and offer to the Nishnawbe Nation communities. So overall, the band bylaw program itself, we are continuing to work every day to enhance this initiative, and we are prepared to travel to any of your communities to do presentations, to train your communities, your justice committees and other interested parties in your communities on how we can utilize the band bylaw program and put it into effect in the community itself. There are other issues, of course, that need to be addressed alongside that, but we will work with the communities and other stakeholders to address those issues. But for the meantime, we have had successes. Many thanks to Chief Leo from Wiagamal Lake. He has basically endorsed our working relationship with his community. And the people that we worked with in community are very respectful towards us and the programming that we do. And to date, we have not had any calls with any real issues that have resulted from the people that we have served at Wiagamal Lake. We also did presentations in KI and Wapakika. Wendigo Tribal Council has shown some interest, and also the community of Sandy Lake has shown some interest. So I believe we are scheduled to meet with each of these organizations sometime in the near future. And we will be touching base with them again as a follow-up to our initial meetings. And hopefully we can begin the work at their communities as well. Miigwech, any discussions or questions will be available here.
Thank you very much, Vernon, for that informative presentation. And we will now go into question and discussion on this particular program. And the goal of the discussion is to respond to any questions that delegates may have about the bylaw program and identify any communities that may be interested in doing something what Wiagamal has been doing. It's interesting as I listen, when we've been talking about restorative justice system for quite some time. And finally, we have something, as I view it and look at it, as interim steps to your own justice system. It's an immediate way of diverting people that have been come into a conflict in law that could be handled at the community level. The Vernon Morris talks about that there's additional things that need to be addressed, such as reintegration. High population of our people come into conflict with law. These laws were not made for our people. So there is conflict. And a high number of our young people run into that. And so at the early age, there is charges that go on their record. And one of the things, I recently visited my home community, and I talked to this young man who had a charge, DUI, drunk under influence, drinking under influence. Yeah. And he had that charge, and I had to ask him about, if he was interested in pursuing some kind of a career helping with his people. And he said, well, I can't. I have this charge. See, we've been conditioned to think that way. Therefore, a lot of our communities do not hire these people because they have been charged and they've been convicted. We have to shift our mentality. The laws that have been created were never considered a First Nation community and the environment that we're in. So I said to him, I said, the particular work we're doing is dealing with child and family services. Have you ever been registered on child abuse registry? And he said, no. Well, so let's forget about your DUI charge because these people, as far as in talking to people, he's changed the way he's off the drugs, he's off his drinking, and he is serving in a school in a very minimal fashion. And so he's going to stay there. And this guy is only short of 2 credits to get his degree. And if we don't have a reintegration process, he's going to stay there. And so we have to include as part of this whole process that we need to factor those things in. Too many times I see that we as leaders are too strict on our people that have come into conflict with law. So I think what do we need to look at is a discussion in terms of moving forward. How would you like to move forward and to ask questions because you have 2 very knowledgeable people on the ground who have been dealing with this. And I'm sure that a lot of the communities face the same things. So the floor is open for discussion as we move forward in this area. Now, don't everybody put their hands up all at once, okay? Yes, Bob Baxter, Martin Falls.
Bonjour. Bob Baxter, proxy for Martin Falls. Um, 30 years, I policed for 34 years. And so I'm very knowledgeable about the some of the things that, like Wali's saying are not appropriate to the First Nations people. When I first started policing, intoxicants, we used to make bylaws. We used to charge the members intoxicated on the reserve or possession of alcohol. And what happened then always concerned me was like you were mentioning, is that when these young people got charged, they were charged under the federal statute. So just a simple drunk charge it was on record. It's like other criminal offense. So I think it sort of deterred, like you're saying, some of these young people going forward and getting good jobs and stuff like that, to look for a career. And we've dealt with this for a long time, how to approach these First Nation, how do we approach and dealing with these offenders of just simple intoxication and stuff like that. Like you said, like we seem to be hard on our members that have gone, bringing intoxicants or they're addicted to substances that they have to have some of these, that they'll go beyond. They'll go beyond the system of how they'll bring in what it is they need, if it's alcohol or drugs. But I think this program at NAN Legal Services is talking about how to address these issues. I think it's a good step forward because, like I said, I policed for 34 years, and that's always been a problem. And when it first started out, we had justices of the peace and stuff like that come into the communities and address these charges. And all of a sudden, they just dropped it. And they never came back to the communities. And so that left us hanging. How do we deal with this? I also sit in restorative justice here in Thunder Bay, like these circles that come into the Friendship Center, that people get diverse to these programs. And a lot of these people that do these infractions, sometimes do it because sometimes they're one-time offenders. They get drunk or they get, and the next day they're sorry for what they did. I wish they didn't do it, type of thing, right? And that's the thing I found too about us First Nations people is that when I was policing, our people are so honest. You ask them, did you do this? you know? And of course, they just said, yeah, I did this because it's because of this. You know, you have to stop them before going, they go any further, but they don't stop. They just keep on talking, right? So, just try to protect our rights. But I think we have to start somewhere. We've talked about this for a lot of years. And I think it's time for action. You know, we always say that. I've heard some chiefs here say, we've discussed this for so long, and it's about time we go forward. And Elder Baptiste there mentioned last night, same thing. It's about time we do, instead of talking, let's get some action done as leadership. And there's a lot of work to be done out there. And I think leadership has to come together and address these issues. Because like it was said, that everything is connected, like the drug, what's going on in our communities. All these programs that we have out there. We have to come together with these programs so we can face these challenges. Okay, thank you. You're good.
Well, thank you very much, Bob. Chief Wesley?
Chief Russell Wesley, Catholic. I'm not sure where to start. I think what bothers me about this discussion is that there's no, I don't see any representative from MOJ or MEG here in the room. So, whatever we're talking about here is just pretty much just rhetoric. We're just spewing stuff out because there isn't any representative here that can address the numerous concerns in our communities. And for some time, I've been home in my community since 2020, and during that time, I've I've never been able to get in touch with the Crown Attorney because the information is not posted publicly. This is a public servant. There's no contact information, for a person like me to call Kenora or whatever, find whoever the presiding Crown Attorney is, so I can start talking about developing some of these programs. But you can't get a hold of them. That's one point I wanted to make. But I wanted to share two stories. I like this concept about recharges. That program, and this is why it's important that representatives from MOJ or MAG should be in the room supporting an initiative like this. But unfortunately, there's nobody here. Somebody capable of demonstrating decision making and leadership on behalf of the provincial justice system. But so I really like this idea, and a while back, my son moved out of my home when he came of age and found a job, and really good job at Musselwhite Mine. He had an apartment in Sulacout. And if anybody knows what Sulacout, like, there's 73 officers in every corner in Sulacout to deal with the homelessness problem over there. So he was in Sulacout, and a young man, 2 weeks off with a month's wage in his pocket. It's a lot of money for a young man, especially working the mine. Doesn't have anything to do. There's nothing in Sulaco in the way of entertainment or activities. So all he did was drink most of the time. Not all the time, but obviously this is a young person. Walks by the subway sees his friend walking by. He's in the subway getting a sandwich and he's drunk. He has a bag of chips in his hands. He runs outside to let his friend know that he's inside the subway. He gets charged for stealing a bag of chips. A bag of chips. And, right after that, he went downhill and he ended up in my basement. 6 months he was in my basement and dealing with this charge for stealing a bag of chips. And he wasn't even stealing them. He was just going to yell at his friend that he was in the subway store. And this is in Sulaco. This happens every day in Sulaco. Another occurrence I want to share with you. A young man I know, again, he was inebriated, drunk, but he decided that he was going to kill himself, and then he thought better. He says, "I better go get some help." He went over to a police detachment, knocked on the door, and there was no answer at the door. The parent called it in saying that there was a young man in mental distress. And the officer that attended to the home was a tiny lady. I'm not being discriminatory or anything. I'm just describing the situation. A tiny young lady. I mean, trying to deal with a situation. So you have some serious issues developing out of that description of this woman officer. And then another officer shows up, big strapping guy, maybe 6'2". So the young man goes to the police station, knocks on the door trying to get help because he's trying not to kill himself. He ends up somewhere in another part of town where the officers finally get a hold of him. And things escalate there. And the male officer automatically goes in protection mode. Because you got this young lady officer, maybe 5'2", 120 pounds, can't defend herself against someone with mental distress. And guess what happens? The male officer intervenes, automatic protection mode. And in the end, the young person got charged. Totally overlooking the fact that this young person was seeking assistance for mental distress. That's a system that we have to deal with. And I think over many years, we've been calling for changes within the training system that they have at, I believe it's in Almer, that they accommodate these kinds of things as part of their training institution. At that institution, these officers are being taught stereotypes. Native peoples are drunks. They're this, they're that. It's right in the curriculum. But, I would like to do, and then my colleagues hear me speak a lot about laws, law development. I don't know. I just get frustrated because I get to witness these things for our youth. So I really hope this program works. not just for the First Nations, but for municipal settings as well, because that's where our youth get the most damage. You know, they go to these urban settings where we've already damaged them, where we're doing our very best not to do that to our own youth. But we just exacerbate the situation even more for them when they get into that situation in the communities. And my son never recovered from that. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief Merleau.
Chief Merlin Shkigogman, and thank Chief Russell Wesley for sharing that. Just to put into perspective some of the issues that we deal with when it comes to our justice system and dealing with our youth. And you know what? I'm just going to add a little more to what Chief Wesley just mentioned. When I'm thinking about the youth, we often say they're our future and our generation, our future, and they're the next leaders. They're the next, they're the next ones that will be sitting at these tables as we move forward as a nation. And again, I'm just going to refer quickly to my policing experience back when I was a young man before I became a police officer. I often shared my story of how I became a police officer and why I became a police officer. And I too myself, when I grew up on in a First Nation, Mishkigogumang, I admittedly I came in that First Nation unscathed, if you will. As a young man, I was charged with a criminal offense at the age of 17. And again, that we've mentioned here that you know, it's instilled in our youth that when you get charged, that's it. We can't you know, pursue our dreams or their dreams. And I often find that that's reinforced right through the system. And it's sad to see. And I hear that often now, even before I left policing. I used to hear it all the time with a lot of our youth, young men, young women saying that, oh, I can't pursue a policing career because, or whatever career that they want to pursue because of an offense they committed early on in their life. And I don't, you know, when I went through my process and my journey to eventually become a police officer, obviously something was instilled in me that, you know, I'm not going to give up. And obviously that's the message I sent to most of our youth in my travels and the spaces I was provided to accommodate and provide protection to our people. So one of the things I never hear really is the education part of things. You know, we often hear when somebody gets charged, especially youth, that you know, you don't have a record after you go through whatever justice process or system that they go through because they're youth. But sometimes that's misleading, and I can honestly tell you that is misleading. And I mean, we have to educate ourselves and educate our youth that, yeah, because you went through that early in life doesn't mean that you can't pursue your dream. I guess really what I want to get at is this. When I went through what I went through as a young man, somewhere along the line, I met a person saying that, you know, Merle, you can pursue a policing career because that's what I want to do. But you have to go through the pardon process. And that pardon process took a while to go through, but eventually I got there. And once that process was complete, I was an eligible candidate to become a police officer, and I wanted to work with the National Alaska Police Service. And I managed to get on that police service. And I guess really I want to send a message to all the leadership here. That's the message we need to send to our youth. Just because you got tried when you were younger, do not give up. We'll help you. And a lot of along the way, I've helped as much as youth as I can to, okay, let's start this process. I mean, there's some dollars attached to this process, and it's not a perfect process. You're waiting for years to get through the pardon process, but it will get there. Just keep your nose clean, go to school, whatever you have to do to educate yourself if that's really what you want. Because the reality of today's world is there's a criminal records check for every job that you need to apply for today. Even in working at McDonald's or Tim Hortons or wherever it is that we need to work, there's a criminal records check that's required. And again, that's such a deterrent to a lot of our youth that want to pursue a career. So I think somewhere in here, maybe at the non-legal level, we should educate our youth or just educate our membership that, yeah, there's a process here that we can pursue. So to keep those dreams alive, to encourage our people to better our nation. So I just wanted to add that. I don't see it here. I've never heard it. And again, in my policing career, I used to provide security to these functions as the Schnabas police officer. And I've never once heard that, yeah, there's an avenue of how to address that criminal record part, if you will. And I think we need to educate our youth and our membership that there is a process there. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Chief. Any other discussion, comments? While we're waiting, I'll just call upon Russell here on the pardon project.
Thanks. So just coincidentally, just on what Chief Wesley and what Chief Loon were just saying. So Inspector Carl Duell is actually spearheading, I believe it's actually called Project Pardon. They are attending North Caribou Lake next week, I think for 3 days, with the intent to deal with these issues that you're speaking of. That how do I get a pardon? I don't know exactly how to get one, but I do believe it's quite lengthy and a pain in the behind, from what I understand. But the purpose of this project is to help guide those people through the entire process, start to finish. So that is literally getting off the ground next week. And just to briefly speak on what Chief Wesley was saying about those unfortunate incidents in Sioux Lookout, we don't have a restorative justice program in Sioux Lookout, but we do have a pre-charge diversion program for exactly what you're talking about. You know, do we need a kid going to court for stealing a bag of chips? Do we need a kid, going to court? Again, every case is going to be based on its merits, but we do have a pre-charged program in Sioux Lookout that's facilitated through MAG. So, any questions on that? I gotta turn this off.
I know with again with the pardon process, because I went through it, it took 3 years to get the process completed, just because of the backlog at the headquarters at CMP, where it gets processed through the CPIC units. So I guess really as a NAN nation or NAN legal, what have you, how can we expedite that process for our Indigenous people? Is there a way that we could maybe pursue with the federal agency that processes the pardon process for Indigenous organizations or nations? I don't know. And that's something I think we need to discuss. I know there's a lot of people in Canada are applying for pardons. And, there's a misconception out there that sometimes if you pay the extra buck, $250 at the time when I went through to expedite the process. So it almost was like the more money you pay into this process, the quicker they're going to process your pardon application versus just a simple application to initiate the process. So I don't know. That's a question I think I need to provide to the nation here, or even to NAN Legal. Is that something we could pursue as Indigenous nation to expedite those processes for our people.
Thank you, Chief Merle, for your comments on that. I think it's important that the discussion include those things because of the detriment it happens to the persons that have the records and how do you go forth in it. I think this is where the political leadership has to take the issue at hand in terms of, because I get involved with a number of communities, and one area is elections in determining the election codes. And one of the criteria to run for office for chief and council, you must not have a criminal offense. Person, he's going to be a good leader, he's going to be a good contributor to wherever, whatever field he decides to go into it. But the pardon process has to be included in it because I believe that that the political leadership has to take the same approach as what I have understood the Gladio reports. The Gladio reports are prepared in pre-sentencing, and it describes why this person has gone through that. And the judge takes that into account in sentencing. I think the political leadership has to take that approach and negotiate with Canada that there has to be a more simpler process for our people to get pardons for the things they have done that hang over their heads for what should not have been hanging over their heads from the beginning. So it's something that we need to look at as we move forward. Is there any further discussion? Any further discussion on the subject matter that has been presented? Yes, Chief Wesley.
I'm trying to remember what I wanted to say. I think it's early Alzheimer's kicking in there. I wanted to expand on a bit about some of the issues of my people, and with all due respect to Wagabwin, we had an incident earlier in the summer in Kenora where there was a loss of life from one of the communities. And then in my community, I have a guy that has mental issues, as they say in the clinical world, where the person requires medication to maintain a balance. In our world, there's nothing wrong with him. It's just he's not communicating with the spirits properly. But anyhow, there's a situation that we constantly run into in our communities is the placement of our people where they don't belong. There's no accommodation for people based on their cultural identity and the issues that they have. Take Lenny Sarkisic, for instance, the guy I'm talking about. All of his cylinders are not firing, but he's perfectly normal. There's absolutely nothing wrong with him. It's just some circuits are not working properly. So some psychiatrist gives him medication that supposedly makes him better, but it does. But the thing is, over time, he accumulates charges to the point where where there's no recourse except to put him in jail. And this is what happens to there's different levels that happen to our people. Like in the case of the Kenora incident, and this was a bushman. He was never meant to be where he was, so there wasn't accommodation for that. And then it's the same thing with Lenny, who's got some mental issues, but he's a perfectly functioning person. So in this case, the grandmother calls me every few days wanting to know where her grandson is. So there's those familial impacts that impact not just the person, but all of his family. And this is why I was talking about I can't get a hold of anybody at the courthouse, because there's no contact information anywhere, and I am subject to calling the system, trying to navigate through all that 53 prompts that I have to get to just to talk to that person. And that's what happens. And then I've been trying to reach out for a year now to somebody in the court system to talk to them about Lenny. He does not belong in jail. He belongs somewhere where his ability to think and function as an adult is centered. Like the focus is on that center, not him as the person that we perceive him to be. You know, our first impression is that he's nuts. And that's the normal response we have. And that's how we treat him. So I've been trying to tell somebody that I wanted to do a detailed report on this guy so that we don't send him to jail, because his likely destination is the penitentiary. He doesn't belong in there. There's absolutely nothing wrong with this guy. So that's the system that we have to deal with, and it's not always receptive to First Nation issues and needs. There's no room and accommodation for those, and that's something that we need to establish. With NAN legal now is that we need to establish that there needs to be a process where we can address these concerns openly with clear objectives. And right now we don't have that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief. Any further discussion on the presentation? If not, we're going to go for an early lunch break. Before doing so, I'd like to just highlight a number of things, and that is the discussion in terms of the need to proceed for non-legal services to pursue this, and the door is open for communities to contact non-legal if they want the service in their communities to be developed. I think it's important that the service not only include on the First Nations, but at certain municipal areas too, where our people are being convicted for certain or charged for certain things that should not be charged. And also to look at the pardon process, because too many of our young people have this thing hanging over their heads that should not be. And that policing and the charges that people are in jail for wrong purposes, and they shouldn't be there. I just want to have a few minutes here that the discussion yesterday carries over to this, and that is I see that the diversionary process, the restorative justice process, are stepping stones towards what's going to come to a solution of policing in the long run. Yeah. We have to understand that since colonialism began, and that's a number, quite a few hundred years ago, that we have been subjected in so many ways. Therefore, the colonial system, the colonial and crown relations has failed us. Under the colonial and crown relations, you have to understand that where the Constitution of Canada is. Under the Constitution of Canada is the governments under laws. Indian Act is there, and the Police Services Act is there. And that's what we have been forced into to work in there. Under the Indian Act, we have administered government programs. They established a criteria, we carry it out, and we report back to them. In essence, and many times we have become an extension of that colonial crown relationship. And sometimes I tell First Nations I work with, we have become good Indian agents. And so as long as we follow that colonial crown relations pathway, we're always going to have problems. And that's the reason why we talked about yesterday in the policing, the need to change how we move forward. There is another pathway, and that is the Indigenous sovereignty pathway. Under the Indigenous sovereignty pathway, that's where our forefathers, in the exercise of their sovereignty, entered into negotiations and treaty. They had the right, they had the control to make those decisions. And they signed that treaty. And it is on those bases, and you will find in the treaty, there is nothing said about your culture. There is nothing said about your culture, about your spirituality. There is nothing said about your governance. There is nothing said about your sovereignty, other than that you'll respect the laws of these people that come there. But you still have lawmaking capacity under Indigenous sovereignty. And I think as long as we continue to operate within the framework of colonial and crown relations, we have to abide within their systems, and we cannot make laws. One of the things I was involved in was with Slate Falls First Nation, with Chief Lorraine Crane and his people. And when they got, they were part of the six-pack First Nations, and they had problems with elections. You know, they tried people, and the chief would go to a meeting, and when the chief got home, he was out of office. And it kept going on and on like that until the people decided, let's make ourselves election code that belongs to us. And we served about a year and a half developing that election code. It no longer became an election code, but it became an election law. And we had numerous meetings with the community. And then once the code was developed and the people voted on it, all the individuals are involved in making the vote. And once the vote was made, it became law. Since that time, how many by-elections have been happened? Only two, because the councillors resigned their positions because of what they were going through. But they never had any petition since then because the people respected their laws. They've asked me to be the chief electoral officer for this coming elections. I really didn't want to do it, but I had to respect the request of the chief and the council to go and do it, and I'll be glad to do that. But because I know that once our people make laws, they respect it. And I think this is where we need to go in our policing. If we continue to embed ourselves in the Police Services Act, in the colonial laws, you know, we will not have the decision-making process. If we establish our own laws, then we decide to control. And if we pass that in a community, say in Santiago, the community passes a law, And, what does NAPS enforce? Do they say, we have to enforce the provincial laws? Or are they going to look at the First Nation law? I dare say that we will test it in court, and I dare say that the judges will have to go on our side because that's the will of the people. So we have to change our thinking, that we start making our own laws. We have that capacity. It has been demonstrated that it could be done. And as long as we're in this colonial crown relationships, we're going to be at this table, continue to ask and beg, can we do this? Whereas if we go on an indigenous sovereignty pathway, that we have the right to make decisions, that we have the right to make control those decisions, then it's us that decide. We have that. So I would like to ask each of you to start thinking through in terms of what there is, because we have gone through so much with the legal system that is in place in Canada and in Ontario. A lot of our people have suffered unimaginably because of what there is. And I just want to comment on what Bob Baxter said. When a person is asked something, did you do that? He automatically says yes. He doesn't know that he doesn't have to answer any questions without a legal advisor. Thinking like that is not part of us. Our people are taught to be honest. Therefore, if the police authority asks, we just tell them the truth. And sometimes that truth, the basis of it, is not according to what the law says. So I just want to thank each one of you for your contributions. Just something we need to think forward in moving forward. The most important announcement is that before we go for lunch, the draw for attendance will be done at 1 o'clock rather than before lunch. Okay? So be here at 1 o'clock. This man just handed me this thing. So it is 20 to 12. Okay. Just a minute. I have MAG, Ministry of Attorney General representative just got here, Marianne Jacko. She says there is a prosecution pilot right now. Funding can be applied. Hey, why don't you come up here and explain this to me? Because I'll add to it. Before you know it, I'll have application forms here. Marianne, who's come on here, and I got a few minutes here just to explain that. Yeah.
Ani Bojo, wasiab no kwendishnakas, makwendodem wikwam kongdo jaba nishnabek kwendao. So I'm the Assistant Deputy Attorney General for the Indigenous Justice Division. And I heard that you had some questions relating to enforcement of your laws. And I wanted you to know that we do have a pilot project currently. We got some funding for to help with communities that are interested in developing their own bylaws. And we have had actually the Wendigo Tribal Council has applied and they've got approved for that funding. So there's 4 communities there that have received the funding thus far. What I'll do is I will send the application and material to a point person here, and then I'll ask them to circulate that information so that you have more information about it. But it is a beginning. As I listen to you speak, I resonate with your words. I am in the system. I've been working. I don't say I'm a lawyer. I say I work as a lawyer because that's not who I am. I identify as Anishinaabe. And but I've been working as a lawyer for more than 25 years. And there's been lots of times in the course of my career where I felt like I was straddling 2 worlds because from community, raised in community with our own ways of doing things, and then having to work in the system. So they don't necessarily mesh. And so I completely resonate with the words that you shared in terms of that colonial structure and wanting to, and how it doesn't work for our people and wanting to get away from it so that we can create something of our own that, you know, will potentially work. So I don't know if that answers the question, but certainly I'm around if you want to have a chat with me. I'll be back there. And also we're going to be doing a presentation a little bit later this afternoon, talking about the Starlink and the flying communities or the work that we're doing in the flying port system. Is that okay? Okay.
Thank you very much, Marianne, and she'll be here this afternoon to make a presentation on Starlink. And so with that, we will re-adjourn at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Yeah, I probably.
I'm like, yeah.
I'm hoping people are on benchmarks to get off. Stuff like that. So I should put lawyers and officers. I was there myself. I had those bad criminal records. And I was part of the. And, but. It took one person to help me change. You know, the nice element.
Yeah. And I was like, oh, wait a minute. No, I said, "Hey, responsible. Hey, Like, do you hear what you're saying? Like from an age. They got. Yeah. Yeah. And what about me?
Yeah. Yeah, it's good to see you.
If you have one or the other, right? You get. Exactly, yeah. And. Well, the other people, they're individually, they're. So. Yeah. And then. Yeah, yeah, and that's. Well, no, they keep it. Yeah. No, we don't. No, we did our own. We wanted to. And I'm glad I did not, because like I can't. Yeah. They would see the next lot. And they. And then. And how they would. Yes. Yeah, and I kind of looked at you guys as. Yeah. And that is. And did they have to do it in person? I mean, you have to. Said we need to get a lot of this for that. Be ready. This is where we, this is back here. I mean. You don't even remember this. Then I lock it up at the end of the day. You know, you're getting. You know, you can actually bring your. There as long as they have to. Yeah. But anyway. I get the coverage. We're down there. Well, no, that's. So, that, we're. I know that one. Cause I asked. Here. But you go from around and you're. And we.
What happened? Water. Water that he was drinking. What was in his veins? That's the autopsy. So, I'm here to report, young couple are getting along very well.
Good, that's good, yeah. I haven't even talked to Bernard.
Well, that's what I mean, like, right now. So I just gotta be. And I'm on it, right?
They can enjoy it.
Yeah. Yeah, he told me about that. Yeah.
People happy with that, like right now, I don't like. Literally. I do.
I will call the meeting to order very shortly, so if the staff can remind the delegates out there to come in, we're gonna get the meeting going very shortly. We're gonna get started. My first task this afternoon is I'm gonna have the draw for 3 prizes. And the way that's gonna happen, I'm told, is that you have to be here. So can somebody get out in the hallway and announce it that you have to be present? If you're not here, then you forego your chance. You look up your phone. Okay. This one?
I don't think so.
All numbers are the same.
Oh, they put the whole thing in there?
Okay, here's the first for $25 Tim Horton card, Tim Hortons card. 056-7548. 0567548. 548 last 4 numbers. Okay, there's nobody with that number? Okay. Zero 567-548. If you have that number, yell bingo. Okay. And Bobby's looking for numbers. 0567548. No. Okay. That's it? Okay, anyway, I'll call another number. For $25 Tim Hortons. Okay, 0567524. 524. Okay, come on. Okay, you're right on. Okay, $50 Canadian Tire. $50 Canadian Tire card. 0567550. 550. Last three numbers, 550. No takers? Okay, I'll call another number. Pardon me, 0567553. Oh, there we go. Okay, for the final prize, the tablet. So everybody, look at the numbers. Here we go. 0567716. Okay, 0567716. No takers? Donnie said those things. Okay, 0567551. Oh, over there. Okay. Just for formality. Eh? What? Okay, thank you for your participation. This afternoon, we're gonna start off a presentation by Anishinaabemowski Legal Services regarding Starlink. And one of the presenters, I think that Tia Buffalo, or I don't know what's the proper pronunciation. Is somebody around with that name? Come on up.
Yeah, is on that, so she's one of the automated, we can just start behind.
Put her on.
All right,
Okay.
right, so we can start.
She's gonna, she can do, yeah, they can do an introductory presentation maybe and explain things, and then you have to look at the screen for you to participate. Okay.
So it will start playing. Will you hear Tia in the background?
What is Starlink? Starlink is an advanced high-speed internet service delivered via satellites in low Earth orbit. By creating artificial constellations capable of transmitting broadband signals to ground-level receivers. Starlink not only addresses the limitations of fiber optics in remote communities, but it also meets their long-standing connectivity needs. Who do we work with? For this program, we work with a company called FSET Inc., an information technology company who are based out of Kenora, Ontario. They help by providing technology-based solutions to both the public and private sectors, delivering a wide range of software and hardware-based services for organizations both big and small. For this program, it is their technicians that are flown into the communities to help install the Starlink and video conferencing equipment that we provide to the community. We also work just as much with the communities that we are servicing to make sure they are comfortable and are up to date on the happenings of the equipment. While we work with FSET and the communities, we also work very closely with members from MAG, Court Services, and our community navigators. We work closely with each of them to ensure that virtual court days function smoothly and that we are up to date on all canceled or postponed court dates. Everyone is very involved in making sure that the equipment in each community is functioning properly, that the navigator is prepared for court days in advance, and that the equipment is up to date and secure. Due to after effects of COVID-19, in the first half of 2023, FSET Inc. had the pleasure to work with Anishinaabe Legal Services to help bring the Starlink connection and video conferencing equipment to 25 remote flying communities in Northern Ontario. The funds for this program were provided by the Ministry of Attorney General's Indigenous Justice Division to support delivery of court services in First Nations communities. What is the Starlink program? This program was established following the initiative of the founder of FSET, who provided the community of Pikangikum with their own Starlink and video conferencing equipment. Recognizing the significant benefits for flying communities regarding court-related services is when MAG decided to launch a similar project. This is when they enlisted us, NAN Legal, due to our strong community connections and relationships. The main purpose of this program was to not only offer northern flying communities with a Starlink internet connection, but also with a video conferencing unit. Both items combined have the intention to serve as a backup solution in case travel ever becomes impossible for court services to travel to the community for court dates. With Starlink connectivity, everyone from court staff, lawyers, community liaisons, prosecutors, etc., now have access to fast, reliable internet while on site. Although the idea for this program can be traced back to the COVID-19 pandemic, when court staff were unable to travel to these communities, I want to make it clear that this program was never started with the intention of replacing the traditional fly-in courts, but to only be a backup option for communities. Here we are demonstrating what the video conferencing equipment looks like in each of these communities for those that are unaware. We service them with a rolling cart. Attached is a flat screen TV. Below that is a sound bar with the video camera at the center, and just below is the touchpad. The touchpad is used to connect to the Zoom video link. What is the purpose of the Starlink video connection? This equipment is currently being routinely used in communities where we have a designated navigator that has signed up with us to assist in operating the system for scheduled court dates. It can be used by NAN staff that are visiting during advance days and flying court proceedings to increase access to justice. While the Starlink connection and video conferencing units are not intended to replace in-person flying courts, it will, however, enhance the experience and provide the opportunity to those that are not in person to participate in the process. This new technology should reduce out-of-community travel, facilitate plane shortages, increase access to legal services, and accelerate the pace of justice for residents of Northern Ontario. What are the benefits of Starlink video connection? Anishinaabe Legal Services anticipates internet connectivity to improve communication and coordination between legal professionals, law enforcement, court officials, and community leaders, leading to more efficient and effective justice processes. Incorporating reliable internet access like Starlink satellite services into the justice system of remote First Nations communities should enhance transparency, accessibility, and fairness. It will also help bridge geographical gaps, empower community members to engage with the legal system, and strengthen the overall administration of justice. Starlink equipment installations. As you can see here on the board, we currently have equipment installed in 29 remote communities, including Moosonee and Armstrong. Each of these communities have been set up with their very own Starlink connection and video conferencing equipment in a location of their choosing, which is where they typically hold court proceedings for in-person fly-in court. Now, on this slide, we have included all of the NAPs and OPP detachments where we have provided them with a Starlink connection and laptop, or simply just a laptop so that they would be able to participate in contingent bail hearings directly from their detachments. Now, our current mission for this program is to secure community navigators who would facilitate the equipment in the communities. What are community navigators and why do we need them? Community navigators from NAN communities across the territory will be contracted independently through Anishinaabe Legal Services. These contractors will coordinate with our community justice coordinators to maintain the operations of Starlink systems and the associated equipment. These individuals would be asked to set up the equipment for the court as well as put everything away when the court is finished. Ensure the equipment is operational for each court date, even in-person courts, just in case someone needs or has issues with the connection or the equipment. We are currently securing community navigators by sending out public legal education letters and posters to chiefs and members of the community. In addition, we are calling band offices, health and education authorities, etc., offering anyone in good standing with the community the opportunity. It is also a top priority for us to set up in-person visits to further educate the members of these communities on the Starlink systems to improve their access to justice. Currently, as of the end of August 2024, Anishinaabe Legal Services has been able to secure community navigators in the following locations. In conclusion, this presentation was meant to deliver a better understanding of the Starlink program and our partnership with FSET here at Anishinaabe Legal Services, a depiction of the benefits and purpose of Starlink satellite internet installations. It can be determined that this technology aids with remote court proceedings and overall advances NAN communities' access to justice. An indication of how many remote installations exist and what communities they are located in, as well as our progress and plan of action to secure community navigators to help operate and maintain these installations.
So what we've done is we have the Q&A up on the screen and the ladies are going to read it out. Then we will have Marion and her team come up and do the MAG presentation. And then after their presentation, then we would love to get the feedback questions that we can hopefully answer afterwards. Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Elisa. I'm one of the community, what am I? Justice coordinator. All right. What is the original purpose, intent of the program? What has changed? The equipment was offered to the communities to provide additional access due to unreliable internet and video services, to be only used as a backup to add additional court dates and for contested bail hearings and police detachments. Also aimed to provide court staff, lawyers, crowns, etc., with a reliable high-speed internet while they are there, as everything is done electronically. To add and to aid, never to replace, and this remains the top intention of the program. To also aid those who are charged and have conditional sentences, as well as those who are on probation. to be able to provide substance abuse counseling, grief counseling, and any other mental health related counseling sessions. This can also be in accordance with different types of programs such as restorative justice, hub learning, and GLADU casework. How do I switch this? Oh, this. Okay.
What will we do when communities refuse Starlink altogether? Well, we really can't force a community to accept the installation of the Starlink equipment. We can only explain to them the benefits and answer any questions or concerns they might have about it. Will MEG be running a hybrid court, allowing for those who are unable to get on the court plane to zoom in? If not, why? Well, it's just not possible, and it will not be possible. If there's a victim or witness who is unable to attend as they live far away, it is possible for them to zoom into court for their testimonies, etc. What is the criteria to be a navigator? Well, they can't have any matters before the court. They cannot be a NAN employee, and they must get approval from the chief or a council member.
Why is the onus of setting up the Starlink on the community and not MAG? MAG had the option of simply paying FSET to install within the communities. NAN Legal, because of our connections and relationships with the fly-in communities, by entrusting us with the Starlink program, there was a better chance of an Indigenous organization doing right by our communities. With us handling the implementation, we can ensure that it is done in a cultural appropriate way.
How can we be sure that this will not replace in-person courts? And what assurances do you have? They don't want to replace in-person court or advance days. And it would be disrespectful to the communities, given the gravity of most criminal matters, for the court not to attend in person. First Nations permitted the installation and use of Starlink on these conditions to use it only to add, supplement, or improve the existing fly-in court process. Equipment in courthouses generally include a minimum of 6 cameras, 6 microphones, 6 video screens, a dedicated codex, and scanners for exhibits. The setup we have allows for multiple people to appear both in person and virtually. With Starlink in the communities, there is only 1 screen, 1 camera, 1 microphone, none of which are integrated into the court equipment. And because of this, it is evident that true virtual or hybrid courts are not possible in the fly-in communities.
Okay, so if we can have Marion come up, and during Marion's presentation, I'll also be introducing our team for Starlink from NAN Legal.
Hi, everyone. Marion sent me in her place to come and talk to you about Starlink. And I'm here with my colleague as well. We both work at the Ministry of the Attorney General. My name is Jenna Simpson, and I'm a lawyer who works for Marion. And
my name is Jen Purvis. I'm the Director for Courts in Northwestern Ontario.
okay. Could we advance? I don't know who's controlling this thing. Can I do it myself? Okay. Well, thank you. It's really nice to be here with all of you. So this is our little agenda. We're going to be pretty quick because we think you might have some questions for us. So we'll get to that as much as we can. Oh, okay. I got to lean in closer. Is that better? Too close? Okay. Better? Okay. Thank you. Okay, so this is us, Marion at the back, who you met earlier. I'm Jenna. This is Jen. And then here's our team from NAN Legal.
So we have myself, Francesca Mainville, so I am the manager of court services. And I'll have Elisa come up and introduce herself.
Hi, my name is Elisa Sutherland. Most of you know me as Bunny Wache.
Hi, I'm Michelle Lambert.
I'm Chantal Atching-Peniscum, and I'm the Justice Coordinator for Sulakaut. So I have 19 of your guys' communities when we get there.
Help the girl.
Okay, this is Jen.
Just a brief history on the virtual courts in remote communities. So before the Starlink installation, we often leveraged KNET in lots of the communities. And for the main purposes of remote interpretation, either from a base court or to a base court, surety exams, and oftentimes to broadcast a sentencing, for example, something that was happening in Kenora and broadcasting it to a community who had interest in that sentencing. KNET worked well. Most of the KNET locations were not in the locations where we held court, so it was difficult to book, and oftentimes the internet was unreliable. When COVID happened, the courts were no longer able to fly into the communities, so we use Zoom, and we use Zoom across the province. But it became clear that we needed a more stable method of holding those Zoom courts until we were able to reopen. And then in April 2022, the ministry got funding to install Starlink. And around that time, we started to return to the communities for in-person courts. Pikangikum actually had Starlink installed prior to the pandemic.
So the lovely team that went through all of the questions and answers and the video that you just watched told you a little bit more than I had even planned to say about what the purpose was for Starlink. So Starlink is really intended to provide a stable and secure internet connection. And that's meant to support the court operations when they come into the communities. There's also, of course, as mentioned before, it's set up in the OPP and NAP stations as well. All of the detachments, I think, now have a laptop, and they use that for virtual bail appearances. So it's, I want to stress again, not intended to be a replacement for in-person fly-in court. As I think it was Michelle talked about in one of the question and answers just now, the full hybrid court is a really much more kind of complex system. There's 6 different screens and microphones, and it's all integrated into the court reporting system as well, so that everything is transcribed automatically and all of that stuff. But in the communities where Starlink is installed, there's just one screen, one microphone. It's not set up in the same sort of way, and it's not really meant to be. It's only meant to be there to support things like remote testimony. If someone is a witness and they need to testify, and they live in another part of the province, then they can use Starlink connection to do that rather than coming into the community to do it. It can be used for what we call set dates, which is like the little appearances before a trial. It's not meant to be used ever for a trial. That's a much more complex sort of a hearing. And so we don't want to use it for that at all. But for little set date appearances, it could be a useful tool. So that would be like if you're reporting to the court on the progress of how the case is coming along, that's called case management, or for in-person court time. So that in-person court time can be used for things that are more meaningful and more complicated. We can use it for some advanced days work. And it's really up to you how you want to use it. So there, like it was mentioned earlier with the team from Starlink at NAN Legal. It could be used for mental health counseling or for some of the conditional sentence requirements that might be attached to somebody's sentence in the community. So those are some of the intended uses. But it can be a flexible approach as well. And so in order to try and figure out how you all are using Starlink, NAN Legal is going to start to track that. And I think that'll be really helpful data for us. Okay, I'm going to pass it back to Jen.
Thank you. Currently, the Starlink has been helpful when we're having weather and transportation challenges. Since the pandemic, we've had a very difficult time getting aircrafts to take everyone up to the communities. And whether it's weather or aircraft shortages or at the community's request, we often have to cancel court, and which we did in the past, but we used to do it by telephone. Now we can use Starlink to remand. So I think it happens quite often in some communities where the planes can't fly or the community asks that we don't come on that date. And then we open up the Zoom line and we hold a quick virtual court and remand to the next court date. We are continuing to work on getting enough aircrafts. We have a contract out of Kenora with one of the aircraft companies, so we're able to regularly service about 18 of the communities. We're having some challenges in the community serviced out of Thunder Bay and out of Timmins. The other thing that we've been working on with the judiciary is looking at the 2025 court calendars and trying to coordinate court dates. So we're not holding court dates in two communities on the same day. And we're hoping that will help with the aircraft shortage.
Okay, if anybody, if delegates have any direct questions that they would like to have answered, and we'll get we'll get one of the ladies to answer it. So can I open up the floor for discussion? For questions, clarifications, whatever. Chief Russell Wesley.
Serious question. So how does one end up in Facebook jail? Is this part of it?
No social media on Starlink.
No, I just wanted to, I haven't been to Facebook jail yet, but some of my friends have been. You know, COVID was an unprecedented time. And probably the only time that I can acknowledge where multiple partners and stakeholders actually got things done. And it was all done virtually. And as far as I have ever lived, that's the only time where we were able to accomplish many things. You know, and it's those willingness to work together that made these things happen. You know, Starlink was an issue that was brought up during COVID, much like point of care testing. You know, we had issues in the community where we were isolated bubbles, and we were occupied with keeping our communities safe. So, you know, we lobbied for point of care testing, and we got that. there's biology folks that worked together with health folks and First Nations, and then we had point of care testing. And then in education, we had barriers in education and even in health services. And that's where the Starlink program came from. We had leadership there, like Chief Morris, Chief Crane, and Chief Bull from Lac Seul, that had MOUs that benefited everybody. And then you have innovative people like Alexander Short at FSET that happened to be in the right place at the right time with supporters from the First Nations to make all of this easy. But the greatest impact of that was in education. And so it's just testament that, when everybody makes an effort to work together, we can get things done. Although I don't want another experience like COVID again, but I'm certainly glad I was part of this process to make it happen. But I still struggle with the idea of how Facebook jail fits into this whole thing. All right, thank you.
Any other questions or clarification somebody want to take?
Wache, good afternoon. For those of you presenting that don't know me, my name is Anna Betty Baneshkam, and I serve as a Deputy Grand Chief for Anishinaabe Nation. First of all, thank you very much for your presentation and initiative. Throughout the years that I've been working with our NAN leadership and in the process of introducing technology to connect with courts, there's, I think that we can all agree that this virtual option should never replace the plan that we have to have infrastructure in our communities to support the delivery of justice or the delivery of the Euro-Canadian court system. And so that is our end goal. And that this, and I know, like I've been working, I served as a frontline worker with NAN Legal for 24 years prior to going into leadership. I'm quite aware of how the courts, the Crown attorneys, the defense counsel, and the judges, they have always tried to get out of going into a community. We have to ensure that that does not happen. And there has to be a monitoring process to ensure that does not happen. But we also need to ensure a quick response. If somebody needs to have a bail hearing, then this is where this will benefit the people. And that's, and that we need to address the backlog. There was already a backlog of our people that were involved with the Euro-Canadian court system. And then the pandemic increased that backlog. And it's still there. We can utilize this virtual option to and make that a priority to address that backlog as well. So I just wanted to make those comments and to put that in. Also, that is for the benefit of of the board and the leadership here that we need to, that is a fact and we need to address those things. Thank you.
Miigwech, couldn't agree more.
Billy Cam, first of all.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay. Over a year ago, I was getting calls from Kenora. There was a company there that works with Starlink. So I said, I will agree to meet with them when they arrive in our community. But due to weather, their trip kept getting delayed. So when they finally showed up, I wasn't there to see them. But they went to the youth center where we had agreed that they could set it up. But at the youth center, it's not a good place. There sometimes break-ins. It's kind of a remote area. And sometimes we can't find the keys to get in. Somebody in the community would have the key, but we couldn't get the key. And also those people that came, they didn't give me a code or a number that I can use on court dates. And I had trouble finding someone who understands how to use the equipment. And when court arrived, I couldn't find that person. So the court didn't go as planned. I tried fooling around with it, but I have no knowledge how to work it out. And I tried calling the people who are supposed to be having their court date. So we couldn't do that. So now we have that equipment for over a year. It has not been used. There's no training provided. And I've been getting calls from non-legal over a past year. There were 3 people who kept calling me. So that adds to the confusion. I don't know who the main person was. So right now, there's nothing. When quarter is in our committee, we don't know. We're out of touch with the court dates, the court process. We need someone to come to the community to teach us. I have 2 people who had agreed to do the work, but there's a problem there. They have trouble with the law, and I was told that they should have a criminal record, but these are the only ones who I think are capable of working the equipment. They have some knowledge. So then somebody else sent me an email that these people can be put to work as long as chief and council agree. So we agreed. So today I put 2 names to the workers here, and so I think we can move on as long as somebody else comes to help us in the community. All right, thank you.
Just comment on his. So thank you for sharing that. One of our staff went around and actually put folders for the particular communities. So whether you have a navigator or not, you have a folder that you can keep or give to the council member that's in charge of your justice programs. But it has that information in there. So we've put the staff from the front line that you met today up to Doreen, who is our acting director. And because we're in the same, because we work closely with our legal aid counterparts with NAN Legal, so we have all the information instantly in terms of when a flight is canceled, or community is not doing court that day. So the coordinators would then engage with the navigators you've all agreed to support in the communities. And we understand the challenges that, when you can't find a key and those kinds of things. So FSAT was the ones that came. So I hope they represented us well when they came and installed in your community. Yes.
Chief Leslie?
Okay. I had several of my people. I guess this is more for Annabelle to deal with. This has to do with the Zoom court portion where I'm sad to say that in the report we've had something like 1,100 occurrences for the year. So, but in Zoom court, there were people that attended court. They're part of the attendees list, but there was at least 3 people that ended up getting bench warrants, even though they were in Zoom court. So how is the court people determining who is online in regards to their dockets? How are they verifying that? And what are the numbers associated with that? That's for Annabelle. What are the numbers associated with bench warrants where people are actually attending Zoom court? I know this happened to one person. Says where court starts at 10 o'clock or something like that. And her case didn't get called till in the afternoon sometime. And you're falling asleep and at home, you're trying to do schoolwork or whatever you're doing at the same time. And then your name finally gets called, you don't hear it, and you've missed it, and you get a bench warrant. So those kinds of things, and then that might be the reality in virtual court as well.
It is.
I know in Cat Lake there they had court during traditional week, so there's I believe more than a few people probably got bench warrants for that one. How do you regulate these things? How do you accommodate them for?
I'll try to answer your question as fast as I can. If there's a court date on traditional week, then you can let us know and I'll give you the contact information. We can let the judge know, and if we're aware, if the judge is aware that there's a conflict in the community, they can likely change the date. That's the first part. The second part is it does happen in all the courts that bench warrants get issued if people don't answer, even if they're there, if the judge isn't aware they're online. I think we don't check the attendance and we don't check against the docket. I think unfortunately people have to answer when their name's called, but some things they can do is let duty counsel know that they're there when they dial in, or if they have a lawyer that's representing them, then let their lawyer know because their lawyer can speak to it. And if all else fails and they end up getting a bench warrant issued for them, they should call the courthouse and let them know, and we'll try to get them back in front of the judge to get it rescinded.
So I wanted to add how Starlink can help with some preventative. So we've all heard advance days. So that is the day before a court day when lawyers and members of the communities get together, crown to hopefully come with a resolution and make the court day go smoother. Now, we do have some communities that have in-person advance days, but there are a lot that do not. And what we'd like to start doing with Starlink is actually having advance day in the communities with Starlink. So they're all online together. And I think that will help with some prevention with bench warrants and no appearance in court, because we're looking at, so they can check the docket, whether they're on for the next day if they don't have the information, or at least be there to ensure maybe when their next court date is. But advance day, I think, will become more of a tool we utilize with Starlink.
Yeah, well, you know, it's good that all this is happening, but we're still having problems in the community with notices. I see in our community group chats that probably in the order of 70% of the people going to court don't know when the dates are. So you might want to step up the navigator program to have a more visual presence, because you know, attendees are just not getting the court dates. And that also includes in the increase in bench warrants. So.
As one of the coordinators for the program, the way I set it up so it'd be easier for like court dates and stuff, I made up, what is it, like a calendar with all the links on it, and I sent it to my navigators that I have at the moment. I only have 5, but I have a calendar where all their court dates are on there, and that could be public too. Like we can make that public because there's no personal information on it, right? It's just the court date, what kind of court. Because there's family court, there's also criminal court, right? So all that is on this calendar that I send out. But as a coordinator, I'll make sure my navigators are more like aware of it, right? That's the issue. Just like one of those things.
If you look in your folders, we added in October's court calendar for fly-in and for Zoom. So that's what we can share with you as well, if you'd like. But it is the calendar, and it also has the days and locations for the advance day and what the link is. So.
We talked about on advance. Everybody knows that they.
Any other question? Rick, Wesley, Chief, contemplate.
Just a quick question, is this geared to communities that have road access or?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
For this program to be in operation, are we allowed to have it in Constance Lake, a road access community? Is there going to be plans for that in the upcoming years or months or?
That's a very good question, and I don't have a good answer for you right now. We're focusing right now just on the fly-in communities. But we'll consider that.
Yeah. Just on the second part of my question is I used to be engaged in a telehealth communication process with that before, but then I was hearing some of the chiefs speak as well. Like there should be a development of a website or something like that, so each community knows where they can go and find these, because you still have trials and errors of this whole program that's being developed. But then I think something like that should be developed within Starlink and your guys as navigators. And so, as I said, Chief Wesley could send his proper delegates to how to operate it. And sometimes it's, as I said, we can speak about it. But sometimes us as First Nation people, we're visual and like to see the people in our communities to do that excessive training. So that's what I would recommend on behalf of myself to the remote chiefs.
So you were asking for more training
No, just
access,
yeah,
the same information.
Yeah, like to develop a website where their members could see when court dates are and stuff like that. And just because Starlink has a lot of advantages. And just that I say Elon Musk could draft something up for the remote communities here to.
We have our NAN legal website, but what we can maybe look into is, because it's already there, we can maybe start putting the links associated with Starlink communities and others. So when we send calendars out, it's all of the communities. Yes.
But some people don't use calendars. Some are.
Yeah.
Like still utilize that, but then some communities have Facebook, some communities have
We started
Twitter,
to, yeah,
Stuff like that. Just a recommendation is not a question.
yeah,
You got-
navigators. Thank you.
Okay, which one of you had your hand first? Okay, I'll ask the chief first, okay? Chief Solomon Adlakan, Hamilton First Nation.
Okay, good afternoon. I am, I guess, a little behind in all this. This is the first I heard of it. And I didn't know we had a navigator already or a place installed according to this thing. And I have never, since I've been chief for 3 years, almost now, 2.5 years, had a discussion with this issue with any of the non-legal people in our office. So I don't know what's happening here. And I even have a navigator's name on there. And I guess she's a she. 2 names. One of them is April Yellowtail, and there's an April Yellowhead. So, you know, I'm just at the loss here. Last year, I don't know what how to respond to this. And it's never been on the council's decision or that I have seen anyway, a letter or an email to tell me that, you know, we need to discuss this. Unless I missed everything, but normally my executive assistant would come and tell me this is an urgent or new matter to deal with. It could be the other, that could have started before my time. So I don't know. And I don't see any resolutions here either. Don't we normally have a resolution when there's a new initiative that it needs to happen? You know, by a form of, you know, chiefs on the table. I don't see one. Again, I might have missed that. So I don't know, I'm at the loss here, so. But I do want to say something in regards to the Zoom courts we had before we, after the COVID. You know, we were a lot of times very disappointed how the courts went. Already, my community, anyways, I'm sure some are like that in some other First Nations, that you know, that the court system does not work for us. And it's like it's a mockery to the judicial system, especially during the zone courts that we had. It was not the way I envision court to be. You know, people laughing in there or making jokes about the court system, you know, what's happening there now. And, you know, and I do agree with one of the speakers that said that we have a backlog in our community. We had a backlog in our community, always remanding and all that. And some of the charges were very serious, needed to be dealt with. And I don't know how long, how many remands a person gets before they're totally written off. So those were some of the stuff that I saw anyways in the last 3.5 years. And we discussed that. We met with the crown attorney several times. We tried to meet with them and they have bring them into our office 3 times. I remember for sure that there are some issues that we need to deal with, or sometimes discuss a case how we know, in particular the serious ones, how we felt should be dealt with. I'll give you a prime example of that. During our when we got evacuated, when the fire with our water treatment plant, those children that did that, that were responsible for that, almost a $3 million, damage. I mean, $30 million, sorry. Were gone for maybe 3 months, 4 months, and they were back. And we did not want that to happen immediately, but the reason why they're back is they had no place for them to go to work with with those young children that were underage. Now we had a major school again. I mean, our school had a major fire, completely destroyed. One of those children that was involved at that court, I mean, at that fire that started, he was involved again. Now, I am not happy with you sometimes think the court system it works against you, even we as leadership in the community try to give advice as what should be done. So we had another major fire, everything destroyed. To this day, we don't have a complete school. Of course, we wanted to open it September 1st. And now, because of the delays and unforeseen, delays and things that we went through, it don't look like we're going to have a school open for our students for the next month, maybe plus. No, it is, we talked about a lot of things here yesterday. I was just thinking about some of the things we're talking about that's happening even after we make some major decisions on it. Now, I heard somebody say we got to do something about it. And it continues to happen. This system does not work for us. We need to, I don't know how this is going to work, but I'm willing to try it if we don't have too many remands. So it seems to me, I don't know, that's my own thinking. We continue to explore new ideas all the time before this is brought to the community. How do they feel about it? Because I believe before we're able to tackle the issues in our community, our communities, my community I'm talking about too, we need to get them on board and support that as well. But if we go ahead of them, it will not work. It will not work. So that's, this morning we talk about bylaws and all that. We got a bylaw now that we have to, that's under the Treaty of the Indian Act, that our communities are private properties. No person should not enter that community or our communities without prior contacting the chief and council what their business are in that community and criminal checks. And we continue to have so many problems in our community: alcohol, drugs, kids are dying, kids are suffering, people are dying, families are breaking up, and we're not just sitting on our behinds in Fort Hope. We're doing everything we can. We are the ones that, as a community, trying to enforce the bylaws. We are our police officers. I remember, I'm sure most of you remember, April 1st, we're supposed to have that our police system becomes not a program system, a legislated police force. We still have not had it. And yet, we continue to have 2 officers in our community most of the time. Now, that also creates another problem when we have two officers only. There are times we only have two nurses. Sometimes we have to shut the nursing station down so we can do the emergencies only. Now, that contributes to another problem. It seems to be just compounding problems over and over again. One of the system fails, the other one will follow through because of the stress and all that thing that's happening in our community. It's like that in every community. I don't deny that some of the stuff we go through. We are completely debilitated by the drugs, the alcohol, the social problems that come out of it. We should be talking with our members as much as we can to support that. Wouldn't that be nice? Say, okay, come on, help us now. And everybody jumps in. A lot of issues will be dealt with. But now they want the chief, and we do our own searches. I even go to the break the law, federal law. Take the boxes out of the post office because we know there's alcohol in there. Just before I came out, 5 or 6 boxes of booze came in. We got a lot of people upset, but it don't matter. We might have saved a life or two, or a life. I might be charged once for doing that. I mean, well, pretty soon for doing that, going into the post office. Our police officers don't even touch that, don't even step in there. But I have to make a decision based on community, not on one person or a group of small people. That's what I always tell my council. Doesn't matter if they get upset. We're trying to make a decision for the community, not the one person. But that's what we're there for. Protect the community, protect the innocent, protect the elders, avoid people from dying with alcohol or drugs. I don't want to say in the end of my term or if somebody dies, we should have done this, we should have done that. I want to say we tried everything we can to at least stop a bit of what's happening in our communities. That's what I do in my community. I go out, I do something. Our police officers don't even come to the airport just in case someone slaps me around, but I go there anyway. So things need to change here. So going back to this, I don't have an idea what this is. Reading some of the material here, I guess, if it'll help our court system, fine. But I need people in my office, whoever is going to be handling that, explaining to the chief of council in my community and the people to do it right and support it. Thank you.
Deputy Grand Chief. Marianne, want to make some comments? Yeah.
Thank you to all the comments made by leadership. And I'm grateful that the board of Anishinaabe Legal Services is here to hear and listen to the comments. These are very valid concerns. There's we have the concerns have been noted. Because back when the leadership of Anishinaabe Nation, in 1987 and 89, when they started talking about wanting to address that how the Euro-Canadian court system was continuing to deliver inadequate um, court system into our communities. That is the reason why the leadership of Anishinaabe Nation, you know, received a mandate to start NAN legal. And I know some of you were part of that, including our former Grand Chief Ben Chichu. And all the things that we're talking about here today, the overrepresentation of our people in the court, in the jails. You know, we did at that time when the NAN leadership was talking about this, they didn't envision a $1.2 billion court, a jail. That wasn't what they envisioned. They wanted to give more, resources at the community. They wanted to make sure that our people had proper advocacy and navigation resources so that, so that they weren't filling the jails. And as Chief Adlocan says, well, we got to do something about it because we're still in that same circumstance right now. We still have a backlog. We still have our people being hauled off to jail in very significant numbers. We still have victims that are not receiving the sources. There's still that lack of communication. And we want to thank this one team that they came here to present their initiative, the Starlink navigation thing, and which is a good resource if it's used properly. But the responsibility of ensuring that this is implemented properly, we need to monitor it. And there has to be something at NAN Legal or people at NAN Legal to ensure that it's not abused, that it doesn't replace the court system. And we also need to, I have noted that it seems to be a miscommunication in terms of the role of our community legal workers. There is a community legal worker assigned for each of your tribal council. He or she is the one that is supposed to be communicating with you directly. Whether it's court dates and ensuring that you're prepared for that or notified. And so, and I know that Doreen Stone, who is the Director of Legal Services, is in here at this assembly right now. She was assigned to be at another meeting in Sudbury, but we do have our acting Executive Director, Chantel Johnson, who is listening to the comments, and I hope that they will bring them back to their staff. That is the reason why we have these AGMs as well, is to ensure that we're communicating with leadership, hearing the concerns from the leadership, and working together. So I just wanted to make those comments because I think the team there felt that they were having to respond to the questions and comments. Mingwich.
Rich Badian, is there any other points that want to be okay? Solomon, Chief Solomon Adlocan, Yabantuk First Nation.
I just wanted to, I guess, just briefly, when there is an AGM, you heard the Deputy Grand Chief just told us that the director of what we're talking about here was supposed to be here, right? Now, when and that director should not have been attending another meeting and have the assistant sit here and listen to us. In our AGM, Matawa AGM, that happened, and I questioned that too. You have to be here if you are a director of something because you're sitting in front of, I mean, you're there in front of the chiefs. So I don't want this to happen again if I'm around. If you're going to make a presentation as a director from any program, you be here to listen to the chiefs. After all, the chiefs are the ones that set directions. They provide the resolutions to give you a mandate. So thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna call Wally. Wally wanted to say a few words to right now, or no? Anyway, at that time, we're gonna getting close to having a break. And if, first of all, I'll ask if there's anybody else that wants to add any comments to this process before I let these ladies, beautiful ladies, go. Okay, that's it. Okay, I'd like to thank everybody for participating. Um, I know I guess I can say I feel the frustration because there's a lot of frustration that has been generated. But I think we're all smart people in this room. All of us are smart. And I think it's time to start using that smart together for the betterment of our people. And here's an opportunity to do that. So with that, I'm gonna ask Wally, and thank you, ladies.
Thank you.
First of all, thank you very much for the participation. Okay.
Thank you very much for the presentation. It says here at 1:45 to 2:30, we're supposed to have a presentation by a Ministry of Attorney General, and that's Marianne Jacko. I checked with her. These ladies are making that presentation that she's supposed to. So we now have only one more agenda item, and that is our life stories are being heard, a special project. It's a 45-minute presentation. Do you want to go for a break and then hear that presentation, or do you want to hear the presentation and then we'll adjourn for the day? What would you like to do? Okay. Keep going. Okay, let's keep going and let's do the last presentation and ask Lenny Carpenter. She's the Gladu manager to make the presentation. Lenny? Who is Lenny? Right there. Okay, if you can come up and make your presentation, I appreciate that.
Hey, Rich. Jim, so sorry. It's just, I didn't expect to be speaking earlier than our appointed time, and I had to talk with the AV person to make sure things are in place. Just got that. Okay, can you bring up the PDF, the home? Yeah, perfect, right there. Thank you. So watch it, Ms. Swe, Lenny Carpenter, Shinla Haswin. Member of Attawapiskai First Nation. I'm the Gladue manager with Anishinaabe ASCII Legal Services. I was a Gladue writer starting in 2019 when I first joined NAN Legal, and I've been the Gladue manager for the past year. So Our Life Stories on Being Heard is a special project that was first developed by the Public Legal Education Department. It was approved by the Department of Justice in 2022 for the funding and to proceed. There's two parts to it. There's a 4-part video series as well as a graphic novel. So the 4-part video series is about the root causes of the overrepresentation of Indigenous people in the Canadian justice system. Gladue Principles is the other topic, as well as restorative justice and community-led options for addressing crime. And there's also a graphic novel about the Gladue Principles in that process. So just scrolling through here. So when this project was first approved, it was first led by my predecessor, the late George Edwards, who was a dear friend and former Gladue manager. He passed away suddenly in August 2023. So when I came into the role, I inherited this project and really didn't start to work on it in earnest until February of this year. So we kind of had a short timeline to pull it all together. So to work on a video series, so initially George had hired actually one of our community members, Derek O'Keefe of Yagmatong First Nation, residing here in Thunder Bay. And he was working on the project on a part-time basis until it stalled due to the tragic circumstances. And then when I came into this project and started working on it, he had some other commitments, so he couldn't continue to work with us. So I kind of had to pull things together quickly on a short timeline. Unfortunately, because I did graduate from the film production program at Confederation College, so I had contacts within the film community here, and I was fortunate enough to know actually a couple of part-time instructors in that film program who fortunately were available on short notice to commit to working on this project during the summer months. So that's kind of what's been happening with that video project. So with the video project, we did it through interview style interviews. We interviewed Justice Evelyn Baxter, who's a member of Martin Falls First Nation, and she's a judge that presides in Kenora and oversees a lot of matters regarding with a lot of our community members. We also interviewed Deputy Grand Chief Anna Betty, and we also interviewed the program managers affiliated with these programs, as well as yours truly, and a few of the team members who actually, do this work directly. We also gained some community footage when we could. Our videographer was able to go up to Kitchener-Megas, so I've been in the WUG, KI on a day trip, also along Lake 58 in Kenogaming, and also some footage in Kenora and Thunder Bay. And then you will also see some stock footage and stock music that we have in there that we were able to purchase. So for the graphic novel part, we contracted Design to Plum, which is a Sudbury-based Indigenous-owned creative agency, and they've worked a lot on Indigenous projects and with a lot of Indigenous organizations. So they work with us collaboratively on this project to bring it to life. We submitted to them actual reports that we completed. We just changed the names and any identifying information that they can use as a resource as they develop the story outline for this project. And also I had consultation meetings with myself and Brian Phelan, who was our senior writer at the time, as well as our caseworker, Bob Albany. So and we work closely with them in terms of going back and forth with revisions and changes. So we were hoping to have this ready and printed in time for this AGM, but unfortunately, we didn't really give the final approval until just last week, and it's being shipped as we speak, and maybe it'll arrive in time tomorrow, we hope, but it's a bit of a stretch. So we did hope to have printed copies ready for you here today, but unfortunately we couldn't. We wanted to make sure we could have kind of rushed it, and but we wanted to make sure we did a good job the first time. So there's just little details that we needed to work out and make sure that we were fully satisfied before we committed to printing the copies. So so what you see on the screen is our cover page, Our Stories Are Secret. So sentencing with a Gladue lens. So the story is just supposed to be an overall representative of what a community member might expect to go through as they go through a Gladue process. So if we could start scrolling through some of the pages. So there's just a blank page for printing purposes. This is just a PDF that was sent to the printer. But so you see overlooking the community. Yeah, so you see the inciting incident on the left-hand side of where he committed the offense. And then on the right side is him before the court. And this is when they would order the Gladue report after a guilty plea is entered. And where he may be facing potential jail time. So if we go to the next one, please. So she orders a report, and we go a little bit into the background behind the Gladue ruling, going back to 1999, and what the main principles of that are. Next slide, please. And so we go through the actual process of going through getting the Gladue report completed. So this is just a scenario of the writer meeting with the person and going through the interview process, as well as speaking to other people in their lives. So like family members and such. Next one, please. And then we go a bit into the backstory, because going through the Gladue process, they have to tell, they're basically their life story, go through their family history and their community history, and then go through their own lives. And we usually start with asking them about their childhood, like what was your earliest childhood memory and what is that like? So this is just, now he's going through the Gladue process, and he's starting to tell his story to the Gladue writer and go through, like, here's what happened to him when he was a child. So keep going. Next slide, please. So just some more things about his backstory, if you can keep going. See here, he lived with his grandmother, and then he goes through his adolescence and starts getting into addiction. And we go a little bit into a family history on the right side of his parents' meeting. I was trying to get a cross representation of our NAN community. So I had one of I think it was the mother coming from Mishkegogama, Maine. I had to pick a community, and the other one from Fort Albany, just so we can get the kind of east and west. So that's where they say that they're from. So keep going, please. Next slide. So we get a little bit more into the background. And then we get to the caseworker and what their role is. And then the next panel is the judge rendering the sentence. And she says, we heard your story. Thanks to the Gladue report. And here we're giving you a culturally appropriate sentence. So now because he went through this process, he's, experienced, a more positive, he has a more positive outlook, and he's more aware of the life circumstances that brought him before the court. So next one, please. Yeah, so and life is just getting better because he's kind of working through his trauma and going to programs and going on land-based activities. Next one. He continues on to have an improved life circumstances. Next one, please. Yeah, and pretty much just continues. Keep going into the last one. There we go. And this is our back page. So it's just a little tribute to the late George Edwards. We put for George. There's a cover page of our typical Gladue report, along with the feather, to symbolize the storytelling and our contact information. So that's the graphic novel. And we did complete the video series. So we'll show that, and then I'll just talk a little bit more about how we're going to, distribute and deliver these to the community. So if you can play the video, please.
Every day that I sit, there are Indigenous people before me. Our dockets are over 90% Indigenous. The reasons for that, just the systemic issues that Indigenous people face.
So when it comes to our First Nations people being overrepresented within corrections and prisons and within the courts as well, you know, a lot of it comes from our people being racially profiled.
Indigenous people tend to be overrepresented in the justice system because of all the trauma that they face based on the fact that they are Indigenous and they've experienced a lot of barriers in their life and a lot of trauma, a lot of it stemming from the impact of the residential school system.
Depending on the seriousness of the experiences and traumas and abuses a person's family member experienced at residential school, those intergenerational traumas will be passed down.
I think those effects are still present in our communities. I feel that there's a lot of trauma history in our communities that hasn't been addressed. There's a lot of systemic issues.
And you have people coming from homes where they experienced poor parenting or they experienced abuse. And a lot of it leads to struggles with addiction.
It has to do with attitudes, policies, like assimilative practices, those types of things that are still affecting our people. I think the core issue is loss, like loss of community, loss of family. And I think the most important thing is the loss of self.
We can trace it back right to first contact. All of these things had not occurred that resulted in loss of culture, language, breakdown of the family unit, loss of spirituality and connection with who you are as an Indigenous person. If all these things hadn't happened, then we'd be in a much better footing. To solve the issue of overrepresentation of Indigenous people would almost require a time machine. You know, if I'm aware that someone suffered, sexual abuse at a residential school, I know what that can translate to in their behavior down the road in terms of, inability to form healthy relationships, lack of trust, distrust of authority figures, eating disorders, substance abuse, emotional abuse, and psychological abuse. Same thing, you can produce extremely deep wounds in a person's personality, in their behaviors, in how they cope with the world. And if you're aware of those, then you need to apply that knowledge when you're sentencing someone.
Amy Gladue, a young Anishinaabe woman, was charged with murder of her ex-partner. She was tried before the court, and there was some issues that came up with how her case proceeded and the outcome of it. And it went to the Supreme Court of Canada where the decision of Gladue was made.
It was 1999. It was in recognition or acknowledgement that Indigenous people were overrepresented in the criminal justice system, in the incarceration in jails and prisons in Canada. Supreme Court directed other courts that we had to take into consideration the circumstances, the particular circumstances of an Aboriginal offender in sentencing. So GLADU and a subsequent case called Appealy that clarified and strengthened the GLADU reasons are used as very important tools by the courts when sentencing Aboriginal offenders that were to take into consideration all of their personal circumstances and to find options short of incarceration, that incarceration should be a last resort. It's our responsibility. It's actually a positive duty imposed on judges that when an Aboriginal offender is being sentenced, to delve and look deeply into their backgrounds or personal circumstances to help us craft the best sentence, consider less serious or less harsh sentences for an offender if the circumstances of that person require it. That's not to say no Aboriginal people go to jail or prison anymore, because they do.
I recognize GLADU as a program not to give someone a lesser sentence, which a lot of people misinterpret. The purpose of the GLADU is to address those particular traumas.
GLADU factors are things that affected Indigenous person in their life. It could be historic things like the impact of residential school or the 60 scoop, or the imposition of other Western systems in their life that are meant to assimilate people in their communities. GLADU factors doesn't need to be historic. It can be current issues that they're facing, like if they grew up or currently live in poverty or homelessness.
If you read the report, it's pretty easy to connect the dots, and you can see how one thing leads to another, especially when the reports are presented chronologically. I think it becomes very clear, and it becomes even clear to the person who the report is about. Sometimes they're learning things about their family or their community that they didn't even know themselves until this process started.
In some cases, there's kind of like been an awakening with some people where they're more aware. They're more aware of their life, and once they get a chance to really slow down and think about and review their life story, I think that itself is healing. I think that's where the change can happen.
So to get a GLADU report completed by our GLADU program at NAN Legal, it can be requested through their lawyer. And in order to qualify, they have to be facing possible jail time, and they have to have pled guilty to at least one charge. And while the request comes from the lawyer, I think oftentimes our members aren't aware that they're entitled to one in the first place. They can request one from their lawyer to have a GLADU report completed. So our GLADU writers write the reports for our community members who are going to be sentenced. And the report contains essentially their life story, as well as some family history and community history. And the idea is to inform the court of what led this person to come before the court. Our GLADU caseworkers provide aftercare support for our members who've had a GLADU report done for them, and they will support them in following through on the recommendations that are meant to put them on a healing path and generally just improve their life circumstances.
Some of these reports are hard to read because of the information that they contain, like deeply personal traumatic information is often carried in these reports, and they deserve to be used as important tools in the sentencing process. I think they're absolutely vital.
So for the interview, after introducing what GLADU is all about, I like to start with a person's family tree, basically. I'll ask them who their parents are, who their grandparents are, where they're from. Sometimes their life story already starts to take some twists and turns just with those first questions. And then I turn my attention to other interviews. family members especially, who are close to the person or know the person well. And then others that may know them well too, like former teachers or employers, just whoever's been involved in their lives in a close way. There are elements of a person's life that have come to be considered GLADU factors.
GLADU factors are things that affected an Indigenous person, often specifically because they're Indigenous, including if they attended residential school or not, or if they were part of the 60 Scoop, and what issues they're facing in the community, whether it's lack of access to proper drinking water, whether it's lack of access to a high school or other poor education systems.
Various forms of abuses that they may have endured, any trauma in their lives, which often there is, almost always there is. So the biggest section of the report is usually the background and systemic factors, all these GLADU factors that we've been talking about. But there are other sections of the report that may be important. The current matter before the court, what they've been charged with, what they've been found guilty of. The court can be an intimidating process and venue. It may be easier to express themselves about the charge itself, speaking one-on-one with someone than in that courtroom. At the end of the interview, I usually ask them to sign a consent form, and that would allow me to access things like medical records, counseling records. It's all leading to recommendations at the end of the report, and that's the starting point for the caseworker.
My job is to go in and then meet with the individual, review it, and provide some ideas about how I can help this person. So the recommendation could be like addressing some of the needs that have come up in their story and some of the interviewing with the writer. I always try to approach it from a trauma-informed perspective or practice where I'm looking at it and I'm saying, okay, what's missing? What's missing in their story? What did they not get help with? Then I can use it as a recommendation. I say, maybe this person needs to be seen by a clinician, a therapist, an elder, a healer, traditional healer, to help them with that part of their life now. And when I met with people afterwards, they have an awareness now that their life wasn't always one way. It's a life-changing thing.
And oftentimes, once you have a really good GLADU report and good recommendations, I will tell the offender that your probation order really shouldn't be looked at as a punishment. It should be looked at more as a healing plan, a healing journey that you'll go on with the support of whatever programming and recommendations that the GLADU report has in it. And they tend to look at it in a more positive way instead of like, oh, I've got to work with this probation officer. And I just, no, don't look at it that way. Look at it, this is your healing plan.
Some of the people that we've worked with, they've been in survival mode. So they've been trying to get from point A to point B every day like this for years. And once they get a chance to really slow down and think about and review their life story, I think that itself is healing.
Restorative justice was a process that was utilized in our within our family units, in our settlements.
We settled matters within our own cultural systems, and methods that had been developed throughout the ages were used, where people were brought together who had issues to deal with through the restorative justice process. They would settle these matters and improve their lives within the community.
Restorative justice for us, for Indigenous people,
is a way of life.
So restorative justice to me is much better than the court process. The court process is fine, you know, it brings people in the courtroom to deal with the charges, but there's no healing there. The lawyer is in there to represent their clients, so they do all the speaking. In the circle, we come together to talk about the incident, what has happened, why did it happen, what's been going on with that person, so they get to share their story. They can share, you know, addictions play a role in their life. They talk to the victim if they're there. They get to communicate. That doesn't happen in the courtroom. In the circle is the step to their healing journey, to go forward in a better way, to make better decisions, and to get closure.
The other component of restorative justice is that it's voluntary. And that's why I love restorative justice, because it says to me and to everyone at the circle that they're there because they care and they want to see this issue resolved in a more meaningful way. And having them talk about how that harm has impacted each other, their community, and then having them come to some sort of resolution on how to move forward in a positive way. It's just a more meaningful outcome for everyone involved.
But this is one of the things that addresses the cultural divide, you know, the culture divide that we experience today. This is one program that has existed in our own culture for many, many years. This is a process of healing and reparation and addressing matters that we are used to and that we understand. First Nations people in their own home communities, with their culture and their traditions, make the restorative justice approach work for them.
So the referrals we get from court range from domestic violence, break and enters, we get thefts. So it's a wide range. The court now doesn't want to put people in jail, so they refer a lot more charges to the restorative justice program.
The restorative justice program is a diversion program within the court system. Comes in many forms. We have ban bylaw restorative justice, which is handled at a community level. Pre-charge restorative justice, where referrals come from the police service and probation. So we avoid the court process. And then we have post-charge restorative justice, which comes from the Crown Attorney. Another version of restorative justice is our SADV. We have our own Indigenous Intimate Partner Violence Prevention Program, which handles domestic violence cases.
What happens when we get a referral is I contact the offender. And that's where we discuss the incident and are they pleading guilty to this? They need to be able to take responsibility and accountability to take part in restorative justice.
We organize a restorative justice meeting that is comprised of the offender and the offender's supports and the victim party with the victim support. And we have elders that give support to the overall restorative justice circle meeting initiative. And at times we will have local law enforcement officers and or community leadership. And the matter then is spoken about within a restorative justice setting.
So the first round, you know, introductions, the second round, the touch on what happened, the incident, why you were charged and who has been affected and how are you affected. And then we get into the third round is coming up with recommendations from the participants on where do we go from here? How do we make things better? So that they don't reoffend. That is the goal. And then the fourth round is how do you feel now? Because a lot of the times when we're beginning our circle, the offender's quite nervous and will say, I'm nervous. And then when we're done, when I ask the offender, you know, how do you feel now? They always say, I feel much better. I'm glad that we did this. And that means a lot to me because I know that going forward, they're going to do better.
As a young person, whenever our leadership or our parents had a concern about our own, about our behavior as young people, they would gather us together and they would, in a restorative justice setting, talk about the problem and make a plan and give us guidance on what we should do to correct our behavior in the community.
Coming together in a circle, we're all equal. We're all here to come together to talk about an incident that happened. And where do we go from here? How do we make recommendations to make better decisions? That individual that's coming into the circle is already carrying trauma, carrying grief, embarrassment, and that circle is theirs to talk about, how they want to make things better. And a lot of times they don't know. So by hearing the recommendations that are happening in the circle, they get to say, yeah, I can do that. And I want to take part in that program.
Which leads to agreements being made and how to correct it. These agreements are binding for completion to complete the circle process as a part of the healing factor. Once the circle's agreements are completed, we submit it to the referral source that this is the work that has been done, and we can withdraw the case or close the case. Well,
I strongly support communities resolving their own disputes instead of, coming to court to do that. If it's a family dispute, for instance, and it results in an assault charge or a mischief charge being laid, let the community and the family sort it out. Do a healing circle, do some restorative justice. We would love to see more of it. At least I would. And so I'm always relieved when I hear it's been diverted for restorative justice. And then we just monitor it. As long as a person's participating and doing well in the restorative justice work, we get the reports from the workers. And at the end of the day, I tell them, look, you do the work, you'll get the reward. And the reward is generally the charge is withdrawn. And hopefully they learn something. The only way I know it works is if I never see that person in court again. And I might catch wind from a lawyer, oh, so-and-so, they're doing really well now, and I love to hear that.
I just think restorative justice could be used on such a greater level. Like if everyone used it, then it would just become the norm. That would just be the way that we went about in life, is to be human and talk to each other about what's going on and work together on meaningful solutions.
I want people, community, the justice system to know if they want to help people get better, to make better decisions, they need to come to restorative justice. That's the place where they can repair the harm that was done and focus on how can I make better decisions in my life so that I don't end up in the court again.
All right, I got you. So that's the 4-part video series. I think. So what happens with these, the video series and the graphic novels? So the plan is to distribute the graphic novels to the communities. We're hoping to have copies available for you today so you can bring them back, but we'll have to figure out another plan for now. Probably just have to mail or have some of our staff members who regularly go up bring some with them to some of the communities. We'll also post the graphic novel also online. With the video series, we're also going to post those online, make this available on their YouTube channel, on their website, and through our social media. And we're going to hope to, well, we are planning to have local launch events in each of our hubs, such as Kenora, Thunder Bay, and Timmins, as a way of, promoting this, not only this project, but our programs and services. I'm particularly excited that we now have something for the GLADU program, because other than pamphlets and our webpage, for example, we haven't really had any kind of media material that we can refer community members and legal professionals to. So now we have that. But yeah, that's what the project is. Well, what's the expected impact? Well, we hope now that having these resources available, we can provide that to the people working in the justice system, to our community members. They'll be more aware, and we can get more referrals, and we can get more people into these programs, and hopefully address the larger issue of
of the overrepresentation of our community members in the justice system. I guess that's it. Is there any questions anyone had about this project, about Gladue? Oh, all right. I guess the videos were informative enough. Jimmy Wedge.
Yes, question, Chief Satchel.
I have a question.
Yeah.
When this Glado, when it comes to play in court and part of sentencing, do you guys notify the family, the victim's family, or before that happens, or?
With the victim, no. In Gladue, we don't really deal a lot with the victim. It's mostly with the offender in the matter. So no, not really. It's kind of not our responsibility. It should be up to the lawyers, right? Like the Crown. So
Oh, okay. And the reason is I really hated that one day, right?
Mm.
My son got killed at the theater here
Oh, okay.
9 years ago. So we mark 9 years tomorrow, right? Outside the theater there. And that came to play during the sentencing. That came to play, and we didn't know about it then. That's why I said I really you know, I still feel like that, but in the long run, I'll probably understand what that thing was, what that really like. I don't know. I don't know what to call it, but that guy's out now, right? That's how much the sentencing.
Mhm.
I don't know how many years. We had. They said he's gonna do this much, and Glado came into play.
Mhm.
Probably about a few years came off, that kind of. That's the reason why I was asking that question, because we didn't know about it till the sentencing came.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I
Yeah.
totally understand, and I'm sorry to hear that. But yeah, so with Gladue, and it is a bit of a challenge. We know that we're dealing with the
Like
offender.
if I commit a serious crime, right?
Yeah.
With all the things I went through in life, I probably wouldn't do any time. You know what I mean? If
Mhm.
I start using that.
Well, yeah, I mean, the Gladue reports don't always
Yeah, I know
have
what
a
you mean.
factor that
Yeah,
way.
I
Yeah.
understand that. Yeah.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. That's all.
Is there any other questions? Okay.
Thank you very much, Lenny. You had the report from the restorative justice and also from the Gladue process. The system that we're dealing with, it's just an indication from the Gladue process that the system does not work for us. The Gladue process tries to assist to limit the consequences of that system. And I always believe that as long as that system continues, we'll still be going through those situations. Our families are going to get separated. Our families are going to be harmed in one way or another. So we need to really think through. I'm going to be calling on my colleague here to close the day events, but just an announcement, NAN Legal will be hosting an open house tomorrow from 11 to 1 p.m. Transportation can be provided for anyone interested in attending. Please visit the registration table for more information. That's just an announcement on it. Ben, for closing.
I'd like to
first of all, saying that I've been away from politics for a long time now. And I was elected Deputy Grand Chief of Anishinaabe Nation back in 87. And in 1989, I was elected as Grand Chief. Grand Chief was for 8 years. Oh, no, 6 years. And I guess knowing the frustration that the chiefs are going through and trying to share that frustration, I was kind of hoping that I wouldn't have to come back and listen to the same story. I was hoping that wouldn't happen, but it happened. You are frustrated. And the problem is, as my colleague over here said, it's not of you, you didn't do that yourself. You never create a system for yourself that's going to frustrate you. You create a system that's going to make answers for you, give you answers and give you the tools to deal with the issues that you have. And that is what you're faced with. I just want to echo the words of Chief Merle Loon and others in the room that I've talked about. They what the frustrations and what you might need to do. And I think it is there. It's there. It's always been there. As Anishinaabe people, the Creator gave us one very important thing. That is to make decisions for ourselves. As hard as it may seem to realize that, it is difficult, but it has to be done. You have to do it. And your job as leaders to ensure that the different systems that come into our First Nation don't overrun you or don't circumvent your leadership, what the Creator has given you and what the Creator has given our people to do. The Creator has given us the power to select our leadership. And the Creator has given us leaders to provide leadership to our people. You know, like a lot of times that I as an individual from way back, you know, trying to understand things that Donnie Morris and Chief Donnie Morris went through and had to go to jail. We couldn't even keep Margie. Because if you tried, you would get thrown in jail yourself. This is the most, what do you call it, time in our history that we got attacked. And the systems that have attacked us are the systems that are still around today. We say we are the owners of the land. That's what we say. We are owners of the land. I think that the owners better start acting like landlords. Because if you don't, you'll be like me standing here 30 years from now or 40 years from now. I know I won't be around, but you're going to be, if we don't do anything, you're going to be faced with the same situation. And I've always said that it's not about who works where or what happened. I know people are scared that your livelihood might be taken away. But if we do follow what the Creator has given us, you know, I never learned, when you talk about life stories, I never learned the things that are sacred to our people through school. I learned them when the elders were talking and telling us about what's going to happen in the future. And you're faced with the same problem. So I think thank you for the opportunity for allowing me to share a very important part of your deliberations. And I know these 2 days have been, some of us are soul searching. So tomorrow is an opportunity again. And I think that
Just to announce, we're going to have a draw. There are some chiefs that have not put your tickets in. I was told to put your tickets in the box. There it is over there. While you're doing that, on the report of the non-legal service corporation, on the tab, you will see it says OG-Cree. Yeah. I want to inform the delegation and the organizations, there is no such language as OG-Cree. The language that the word OG-Cree came from a study that was done by anthropologists to determine about the language in the area, and they said they speak Ojibwe and Cree. So they said the language is OG-Cree. There is no such language as OG-Cree. It's Anishinaabe. Okay, we are Anishinaabe up north in that area. So just to remind you, the term OG-Cree has been quite offensive to many people because it implies certain things. One of them is you're not good enough to be Ojibwe, you're not good enough to be Cree. And above all, it's that term was coined by anthropologists who studied us. Okay, so just a reminder. With that, I'll get Ben to do the honors of doing the draw now, and then yeah.
I got 4 prizes this time. Last time I had 3. Okay.
You better show them what it is.
Okay,
yeah.
Where did the basket go? Where did the lady go?
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe.
I don't have that piece. I just want to say a few words here first. I just want to acknowledge the elders that are chairing this meeting, and it's a privilege to have you guys chair this meeting at this time of venue. And thank the facilitators who invited the elders here, and it's a great honor to have you guys facilitate this meeting with your knowledge and everything that you guys have. Miigwech.
Which,
Just to remind people, tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, we do the non-legal, non-justice. Okay.
You? You guys don't reply.
Yeah.
You go down.
Yeah, I gotta leave it early Thursday. I'll leave early Thursday.
great anticipation. Winning.
You got your,
Oh, great. Right.
Oh, wow.
Good one. Nice also.
Yeah.
We're in the middle of the road there now, so. With that, you gotta carry something else. Number open.
Okay. All right, I got it first, $25 from Tim Hortons. Is for ticket 0557567534.
okay.
536.
Oh, you got it. Okay, Jason, good.
Maybe we can get somebody to,
Can I have somebody
Bingo.
can we get somebody from,
to come and run, be a runner?
yeah.
Can I have a runner place up here?
Bring the ticket back.
Yeah. Jason. Jason. Okay, the second one from Marshall's, a $25 gift certificate. Go to 056752. Oh, no, wrong one. Wow.
That's, yeah.
I take more, okay. Well, yeah. Okay. Okay. I had a problem here. I had the ticket the wrong way, but they're both for $25. So Jason got a $25 and Josh got a $25 gift certificate. Okay,
No, this one still needs to be drawn. She brought him another gift card.
You're fired.
well, how did you get 34 then?
Because I took his ticket to show you.
Okay. Okay. So. Jason, what number do you have anyway? 22? 34, okay, I got 34 here. Okay, the next one is 522. 0567-522. $25 gift certificate.
What was it? What did you say? 532? I got it right here.
522 goes to Alec, Chief Alec.
Is it? 522.
522.
Yeah, I got.
Yeah. Okay. I'll trust you. Okay, give me another one. For $50 sport check, gift card. This one goes to Ben Chichu. There's no number on it, so thank you.
My number on the side there.
Okay, for $50 gift certificate for sport check. 0567719. Five 567719. Five, six, seven, 719. 719.
There's one here, go around.
No. What do you?
Going once, twice. Okay, okay. 0567 548 548. Okay. There's a lady over there. Anita Lawson.
Just a minute. These things are not done right.
Dull Lake. All right, now. For this big guy here. At the tablet. 0567 533. There you go.
Don.
Okay, now you're not.
Okay, so what we did was we had people if they would recommend navigators with the community.
Yeah.
Can you ask them if anybody else would like to make a recommendation?
Yeah. Okay, what I need is there any chief that still has what they call it, and that they're looking, talking about navigators in the presentation. Is there another chief that still wants to make a recommendation and we're gonna put it in here?
Yes.
Oh, we had a draw, we're having a draw for the iPad, so we asked people if they would give us a name, recommend someone for the position of navigator. And you'd be entered in for the draw. Most of you have done it. Did anyone else want to give a name? So they could be entered in for the draw? You pull it.
Two S's.
Jack. Jacqueline Clater out of Wapiskat, the last one I approached today. Two for the baskets, yeah. One for the basket. Yeah, so you pick one. Pick one and then read the name.
For the two baskets or one for one basket. Sonia Martineau. Sonia Martineau. Martineau.
Tanya?
No, okay, not here. Here. Boy, a lot of fancy names now.
Kira.
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 Kira Kakibinum. Kira Kakibinum. Can't give them away.
Yeah.
Terry Fiddler.
Oh, Terry.
Terry Fiddler.
Terry. Yeah. And Terry Fiddler?
Terry Fiddler.
What's your career?
Artemis Owen. Artemis Owen.
Is that him?
Oh, he's over there. Okay.
One more back.
Oh, no, man.
Yeah, after the meeting.
Your work is not done.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. What's the?
Western Creek.
Oh, that's Stallone's.
Western Creek.
He's here. He's out in the lobby there. Yeah. Okay.
Jason Patisse.
Oh. No, no, no. Okay, thank you.
Oh, way over there.
Do it again, he said. Do it again?
Yeah. You drive down here, don't have to pay overweight on the plane. Kelly Kitchigamo. Right on. Okay.
With that, thank you very much for your participation in today's Non-Legal Services Corporation General Assembly. With that, I'll call the elders for the closing prayer. Barney?
He doesn't work that way, I guess.
Okay, so for those that didn't get a prize, anyway, it's been a good day. I think we should end on a positive note because people have been working hard for the past couple of days, and I think people that work in the field for Anishinaabe Legal, they're sitting over there doing their work, and some are in the outside doing their work. I think a round of applause for them is good, you know. And then for what, as well, we have our non-legal board sitting over here. I think the board chairman was there just a while ago. Again, they you know, it's hard work for them, and I've attended most of their meetings, and it's really difficult to try to manage what's out there in the field. It's tricky, and so I think they as well deserve a little round of applause for our board. They're doing their work. And for the rest of us, you know, the chiefs and representatives that are in the room here, a big thanks to you two for being able to be here and listening to what's going on and trying to put our minds together. It's for those of us that's been working at it for a long while, we know the difference between the cultural values, and it's in our hearts and in our minds, and we're wondering what is cultural about what we're doing and what is cultural about this, and we're trying to figure it out, what is best for us. And so we go home with our thoughts, we'll go back to our First Nations, to where we come from, and then we'll figure it out. what we do next. It's important for us. And tomorrow we'll continue to look at justice. And you know, it's about the person and the reason that the person got to be the way they were in the first place. How did they get into problems? And so we need to take a look at that. Anyway, having said all of that, it's always that we need the Creator to be with us. It's been one thing that's been with us, I think, for all our lives. And I know my mom and dad and family, when we were back living in the bush, it was always looking to the Creator and giving thanks. And it's a wonderful place for us to be here right now because Thanksgiving is coming. And I think it's really good for us to give thanks. And so in closing this day, then, we give thanks for our surrounding. We give thanks for the things that we get from the forest, the food that we get, and the water that we drink, and everything that the Creator has placed there for our well-being. So we're thankful for that. We're thankful for the friendship that's in the room. We're thankful for each other and having that camaraderie and be able to talk to somebody in a good way. We're thankful for our families and for things that are given to us without asking. We're thankful for that. And for things that come to us that we think about and we wish for, and we ask the Creator to help us through the day and through the night, and to be just to be with us as we continue our journey. And as well, we're always asking the Creator to be looking after those that are maybe less fortunate than we are. We ask the Creator to look after them, and as well to look after those people that might have lost a loved one. And so as we leave here and go to our own places, and some of us will be going home and some of us will be spending the night here in Thunder Bay. Again, we say, just let the good spirits guide you, and we'll see you in the morning, and we'll continue our work and see what else we can do in the field of justice. So have a good evening. Night. Thank you. Thank you too, but you
I've took
behave.
some more of those.
You have a good night.
Yeah, you too.
It's a funny thing I was gonna say.